my gonna bear with me here. My TikTok is taking its source from the wrong source. It's taking its live feed from the wrong source. So let's see how we can fix that. Let's see how we can fix that. Let's see how we can fix that. There we go. All right, fixed. All right. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. My TikTok was taking the video from the wrong source, so I just had to fix that. But anyway, we don't show. Let's see which people are here. We have Remy Wale, Chick who, Eric 1010, Wash, Ezudo, Abasol, Vintage Black 007, Choma, my sister, they here. Make we bring her up here. We're gonna have a good show today, by the way. So let's please feel free to like and share and get more people here to join the show. All right, who else is here? We have Omo Ebira. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys. All right, let's see. Thank you well for joining. I appreciate you guys. I believe we are live on Facebook and YouTube. I would think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we are. Not think so. I know so. All right, we're gonna have a good show tonight. If you're here, feel free to like and share and get more people here to join the show. We're gonna have a good show tonight. Choma, welcome. Let me see. Your voice is choppy. Your voice is choppy. I don't know why it's choppy, but it's choppy. Yeah, I can hear you, but your voice is choppy. Like, yeah. All right. Yep.
How about now? Let me switch networks. How about now?
Yeah, it's better now for sure.
How about now?
Good.
Okay. All right.
I like your.
What do you know about
I like the thing you get for head. I don't know what it's called. Is it a laurel? I don't know what they will call that one.
My crown.
Crown, not laurel. Flower crown. Okay, looks really beautiful.
I don't come as a.
Okay.
Fashion. Thank you, my brother.
You're welcome.
I did eat tom. What you know about that?
I don't know about it. Though. I only know that it's sweet. I don't know the significance for today.
It's not,
Not sweet. Nah, we sweet with the color for Nigeria. Don't be sweet. Tom.
No, tom is more like tom. I don't think they call it sweet because it's not really sweet. It's like
menthol. That's menthol and all that stuff. Yeah.
Perfect. It's menthol. I found it at the African store. So.
Oh, okay. Nice. I think so. You get sick. I thought you had a specific significance for it today. That's why I'm like, I don't know anything about it. As you get menthol, maybe the pepper. So you want to use it and pepper some people. I don't know. So you know.
That's my brother. Today I am in a very elevated mood. Okay, so I come in peace and I come in calmness.
Okay.
Until proven otherwise.
Shout out to that. Let's shout out to that. Huh? How about that?
So let us all be guided today.
Absolutely. We're going to have a good show today. You know, the news, obviously, or the story, obviously, is about the FG, the federal government cross-appealing Nnamdi Kanu's case. Nnamdi Kanu, obviously, is appealing his judgment, the life sentence in judgment. And the federal government is like, okay, if you can appeal, we can play that game too. They say two can play the game. So if you're appealing, we too will go do our own cross appealing, and let's see who wins, right? I don't know what the stats are in Nigeria, but in America they have these stats where they say 97% federal government is winning. If the federal government brings a case against you, federal government is undefeated 97% of the times. So I would believe that's the case in every country. But, we need to track data like that for Nigeria. But I would think any person that is smart would not want to go and be challenging the federal government, regardless of which government it is. I'm not making this up. You can pull it up. The 97% might be 98%, but it's around that 90-something percent. In America, you can Google it. If you go again, if the federal government brings a case, if the US government brings a case against you, 9 times out of 10 they're going to win. Diddy right now is in prison. The story, the in-depth of that story, I think there were like 5 or 6 or how many charges that they brought against him. Yes, the federal government lost some of those charges, but he's in prison for a reason, and that would also count for a win for the federal government in that statistics. And I don't know anybody who has gone against the federal government of any country and won. I don't know.
Because after God really is the government.
Yeah.
And whether like you rightfully said, and I think that it's unfortunate because we have to think about what happens when you live in this sort of bubble of misinformation.
Yeah.
Right. And you think that because the saner climates that you're expecting to come and do magic, first of all, you're saying that they should come and overthrow the law of another country. The fact that you don't know what the implications of that is. The fact that you think somehow, for example, because you don't like Nigeria, you think Nigeria is a zoo, that it still does not get recognized as a sovereign nation with its own laws. The federal government is the same in every part of the world. After God, now government is not one of those like, make we talk like say we won't talk.
Some countries not even they revere God. Some countries now federal government then any other thing.
Federal government, yes, because the truth of the matter is because God no go come down, come do anything.
Yep.
Government go show for your door, carry you, right? Because the reason why we live in a society that we can kind of function in is because the government essentially sets up certain rules and certain laws that you have to abide in.
Yep.
And one of the things you have to do is you have to first know the law to be able to break it well. And this is not telling anybody to go and break the law. But because ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Oh, so I don't know, say that thing where they do that time they're against the law is not an excuse for breaking the law.
Yep.
Because the social contract that every citizen has is an assumption that at some point in your lifetime as a citizen, you're going to figure out what those laws are.
Yep.
And if not, fuck around and find out.
Absolutely. Again, I don't know who his lawyers are. I know he's someone who's very, I know even when you're assertive is not even a word, but stubborn would be the most likely word. But regardless of how stubborn you are, if there is no one person that you listen to, then you're in problem. You're in a big problem because that's where he has found himself today. Whoever gave him that, whoever advised him or he advised himself to go and do this appeal, we're seeing where he's going around now. The federal government.
Got the advice from a madman.
That it could be, and we're seeing where that advice is taking him to now. The federal, maybe they didn't think, or he didn't, maybe he didn't know it to say, he didn't know say federal government fee cross appeal, and now they're doing it, and now they're going for the capital sentence.
The truth of the matter is, and before we do our monologues and stuff, I'm going to say really, really quickly, like I said, knowing the law and what the law permits and what is attainable within the law of the country that you want to break the law in, or you plan to break the law in, is the number one reason why you should basically look twice. When you're crossing the road as a kid and they're training you, look left, you look right, you now cross.
No, you look left again. No. You go look left again.
One person feel they come from red light and why red light to Kutuogi. So because and as we go into this conversation and start to sort of dissect these things with facts, you're going to see that you are right. If you get to the point, even in your relationship or even in your life, where we say, you know, get people wey go be say if they tell you say chill, you go feel argue and feel say no, but you go just comport because. But if you get to a place, do you know what it means to be answering supreme leader and give yourself that title? It means that you have made yourself a god on earth. And we know the only two countries that use that title, supreme leader. We know how the citizens are faring. And it's no wonder that whenever you talk about Nigeria, we can now say, Omo Tinubu is doing such a terrible job. I think that guy should go. Nobody go come carry me. He say, you know, this thing where Tinubu they do with these terrorists, where, you know, they give them basbos like we want. Omo, make that guy come out from there.
You can say it because Tinubu is not supreme leader.
In a democracy. And people say, oh, we are so tightened in Nigeria. But go to your post. I get the video that the monologue I did earlier. And I said, if you doubt any of the things I've been saying for all of this time, forget what your mind is saying. Go to your post. I give you this challenge. Go to your post and say, wetin IPOB do using violence to threaten Igbo people, e no good. Just write them as post. The comments that will follow you means that you know exactly that that thing that they did is wrong.
Absolutely.
Now, whether or not you think Nigeria has the jurisdiction to try somebody with by Nigerians is another thing. Why do you think that? Because you think Biafra is a country and that the people that were pied were Biafrans and they don't answer to Nigerian law. Foul. Fuck around, you find out.
Yeah,
and
you don't find out.
Law is, and the law gives you loopholes and allowances so that they can give you long rope.
Yep.
They'll give you small thing so that you can jump right into it and they go, I don't want to be for the federal government in any country, whether it's the country of my origin, whether it's the country of my birth, whether it's the country of my nationality, or whether it's the country that I seek residence in. You don't want no problems. We know Popo, we know federal government, and you sure as hell do not want no smoke from the government.
Absolutely.
Okay, God will forgive you, but government will they forgive.
Absolutely. And thank you for that one again, Choma. But let's keep liking. I see someone requesting. We're going to hit 5K likes before we bring any guests on here. I define where the likes this, if I need to see the likes.
My people, follow me from Facebook. Welcome. Make sure that you're liking and liking and liking.
All right.
The rule over here on my brother Kachi's page is that once we get to 5,000, we start the conversation.
Yeah.
So this is basically the interlude, the soft launch. I know this is your first time here. Thank you for following me from Facebook to come listen. You will be able to join the conversation much later, but of course, Kachi is going to guide us through, every section when people can start requesting to come up.
Absolutely.
So share the live. Make sure it's on your, share it on Facebook. Let them know that, Choma is here and Kachi too is here, and we're going to have a really productive conversation about facts, about the law, about the future as well. I mean, what does this look like for both the convicted and the people that have to live with the consequences of what those terrorist charges that he was charged with? Because everybody forgets that victims still have to live with the reality of this conviction. Everybody's worried about Kanu, but nobody asks, like, people will lose their papa, waiting go happen to them now. Your papa don't go. Me, I know say, when my papa go ancestor place since, I never see him.
Yeah.
I know how every day the thing they touch me. But me, I go to pretend say, he go somewhere far, he go come back. Now imagine where somebody you saw your own brutally by the people who spoke like them.
Yeah.
That kind of trauma, I know sure so person like me go fit deal with them, because that kind of trauma is like you cannot reconcile it with reality. Because now Biafra don't come, Nigeria still day, your papa no day, your mama no day, your pikin no day. So what is now the point?
I'm talking about Biafra no come. I saw a post on Ekwen Students, or shout out to Ekwen Students, or he said something recently on Facebook. He said, Nnamdi Kanu say, if he buy, say, now when he buy away, Biafra go come. So in fact, he want him to buy, say, now Biafra or nothing now. So making Nnamdi Kanu buy.
Biafra or nothing, yes.
But,
why are you appealing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, if I'm being honest, right? If I'm just being 100% honest, I understand that if you do the crime, you do the time. I understand that logic. And I'm not by any means or stretch of the imagination trying to be sympathetic to waiting this man, Nnamdi Kanu. by no stretch of the imagination, but just on a human level, it's just hard for me to like comprehend that somebody would be facing a death sentence. It's just hard for me to comprehend that. It doesn't mean
to me,
I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, just thinking about it, yeah.
I agree, and Kachi, my brother, I don't think it's because you're even being human. I think it's just the reason why you think about it. So for me, I think that death is really easy for a lot of people who commit really terrible things. In fact, I have I have better ideas for how to treat people who cause harm. You make them stay alive to experience exactly that harm that they impacted. Do you understand what I mean? Because I mean, I think that death can be merciful. You know, it's a injection, but the people that, you know, the victims themselves may feel some sort of relief. I think for them, eye for an eye might work. But in terms of another reason why I think that a lot of us, when I mean us, excluding me, y'all, have an issue with this is because you are still living in the realm of not understanding that masterminds, people who mastermind murders, they still go down for it, especially if they funded it and if they gave the order. So it's, for example, if you and your babe get problem and I can't go pay person, make them boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you and the person where boom, boom, boom are not the same in terms of the severity of it. But we're not talking about regular murder here.
Yeah.
We're talking about terror, right? Because, and it is important for us to kind of sort of, because the thing is, the people will die, now human being them be.
Absolutely.
As they carry me for Pele for 40 years, now so they carry them. As I carry my own, now say their own parents carry them. They are not, Kanu is not a supreme being.
He's not, but by no stretch of the imagination, he's not.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But I also know that it is also because that disconnect is happening. Because, for example, if Kanu was Shakur,
then for don't buy him since.
And he carried the egbe.
Then for don't buy him since, yeah.
And has strap boy and here.
Yeah.
No, let's even say they don't buy him, they carry him. And he does the same, they say the same, reality is the same, but the only difference is that they catch him with the thing inside his hand and he was inside Nigeria.
I see.
This conversation will be a little bit different. The disconnect
not
somehow,
necessarily. If I'm being honest, not necessarily. For me though, from my perspective, not necessarily. They would for me, I'll still feel it the same way. Just if I don't know if this is somewhat of a vulnerability or vulnerable moment, right? I know if it killed animal. I don't know. So this is just me. This is just me. I know fit like even looking at where they slaughter animal. I know fit. You know this is just me. It's not. It wouldn't be any different. That's just how I'm seeing it. If that makes sense.
You don't think you are like anti-by penalties basically?
No, I'm not anti it. If you do it and that's the penalty for it, then you go for it. But I'm just saying on a human level, if I think about them, it just robs me a little bit somehow. I'm not against it. You did the crime. You have to go for it. That's the penalty for it. You know.
The ultimate thing here is that Kanu could have gotten 25 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. If Kanu had opened his defense, showed some sort of remorse, you know, and took a plea bargain. Now, in this case, he is the top. So oftentimes those type of plea bargains is like, who are you going to give up? The only people you can maybe give up are people who are funded, but there will be individuals and it will be hard to persecute them.
Yep.
Because on every broadcast, he identified himself as the leader of this organization. So by extension of you being proscribed and you now forming a armed militia, like to then fight a country to succeed, that is outside of the realm of humanity.
Yeah.
Right? But I do understand, as somebody who cannot even catch chicken, let alone do anything to it.
I didn't tell you. I didn't tell
my
you.
My gangsterness don't reach, you know, I like wearing the fur on my body and the feathers on my body. I don't want to touch anything. However, I also think that it's almost like every time people talk about the death penalty or the life penalty and all that stuff, and I ask them this question, what do you think that somebody like Kanu should have gotten? Now, I don't ask this question of people who are in denial that he's a terrorist, because There are people who are in absolute denial. And then when you ask them, why do you think he's not a terrorist? They say, well, the one he did is not even more than the one that the other terrorist did, which means that you're already acknowledging that he's a
He
terrorist.
is, yeah.
You're gauging the degree of which is not what
Of the
he
act,
was convicted of.
Yep.
Then there are people who say, oh, he said those 10 things that I agreed with. But then he said the 90 things and he was convicted on those 90 things.
Yep.
And it is those 90 things that are, like that informs any conversation that we can have.
Yep.
Right? And I use that example of murder, right? If somebody comes now, somebody be just be like, oh, it's like Dharma, like the guy where they chop people body. It's the same sort of thing. Like, he was nice. Their neighbors who were like, oh, he was the best guy ever. Of course, he was feeding them human ammo, but neither here nor there. At the time, they felt he was pleasant, he was whatever. The fact that somebody who commits a crime said nice things, or maybe even treated his family well, or treated you well, doesn't take away from the fact, because people forget what he is convicted on.
Yeah.
And they focus on the things he said. Oh, he told you that the caliphate is coming. Which caliphate is coming? Till today now, waiting with they still deal with right now. The imminent fear that Igbo people they face, na caliphate. No, it's not Kwagoro. It's things that are national problems, things that are systemic, things where I pub order cause. Now, waiting they won't erase.
Yep.
So when you think about it from that context, and then you think about the victims, for me, I think life imprisonment with very, very strict and stringent kind of restrictions, to me, is the better punishment. Because Kanu is someone who turned himself into a god. The only way to make Kanu is for him to see the world move on.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Choma,
make I just address the chat a little bit and then we'll come back to that. I think we're at 1,300 likes right now. I still see someone requesting. And if you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube and you would like to join, feel free to come over here on TikTok. And that's the only way we can bring you up. But in the meantime, let's keep liking and sharing. We're at 1.3K likes right now. Let's like until we get to 5K likes. That's when we can bring our guests on. And then, the show is going to get to where we need it to get to. Anyway, Choma, sorry I cut you short in that.
No, let me address one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Let me make sure that whenever this thing gets cut, it can look nice. Let me make something very clear to people who are pro-terrorists in the gulag. I don't give a fuck about who you think that you are. And the reason why I want you to understand that is that you're actually making my point. You're saying that your leader is not a terrorist and you're in the chats. You think because you're using all these your 419 names that I can't track you don't know that I'm a tech babe. Eh? Let's keep it very human. Because if I treat you like the ochicha that you are, okay, you will not like it. You are in the page and saying, let something happen to Kanu. It's the two of you that you will start with. You will start with your mama. The mother that murdered your mother. Inside the grave. That's who you start with. I did not take lightly to threats. Go to Sokoto and ask your leader who I am. I don't give a fuck about none of y'all. Number one, you commit the crime, you pay the price. If you're feeling like a little gangster because you're on this chat, and most of you are even hiding. That's what is even giving me. You have not even freed yourself from generational opium, poverty, that is ailing you and your generation.
Choma, make you not let them spike you. Make you not let them get you riled up.
No. This is me being very calm. The reason why it needs to be addressed is because I want to say to my followers who are here for the very first time, don't bother defending me, okay? I can do bad all by myself. Okay?
Yeah, but make them not get you riled up. Let me not get you out of character. That's just all I'm throwing out there.
I don't need anybody to defend me in the chat, so ignore these people.
If you can also ignore them, it will help you. Me, I know they look there.
Let me tell you why we will not ignore them.
Me, I ignore them.
You're a new Sabo.
Okay.
You're a new Sabo.
Okay.
If Igbo people had addressed this menace the way they should have, thank you to the... Hey, this thing just fits me. Thank you very much. If Igbo people had been very firm when these threats were going on, do you know that the people that they have Beporamo, do you know that they threatened them before they did that? and nobody took it seriously.
Mm.
The reason why you cannot ignore these things is because there are people that these threats ended up buying.
True. Very true.
Okay? I
Very
was
true.
almost a victim. They said the house I wasn't on fire.
Yeah, I know
So
about
when
that.
people say, don't let it get you out of character. No, I am in character. This is me. What I'm saying to you is that if people have stood firm, that same challenge of going to your Facebook and writing something, just look at the comments that somebody is writing. Like, you will write about Tinubu, write about Obi. Obi has not said, for all the things I wrote about Obi's campaign, Obi has not said I should be quiet. For all the things that we talked about Nigerian government, the politicians who I don't drag for this life, none of them have said make them buy me, right? Why is this particular movement that claims that they don't know anything about terrorism, that is convicted wrongly, that take the path of terrorism? That is something that I want every other person in this gulag to think about. So when you see these people moving mad, don't worry about me. I got this. Don't feel like you need to defend me. Trust me, what they want is attention. I'm not about to give you clout with your 2 followers and all of that stuff. So, guys, today is going to be one of those conversations that if you have questions, if you're not sure, there's some law people here too, like lawyers as well. If you want to also come up, thank you, Nwa. Also indicates, that you want to come and speak from a legal, so that we can, we can bring you up and then mix up the flow. But I'm really excited for this chat today and this debate. And I think we're going to have a great time. Kachi, what do you think?
I think so. I think we're going to have a good show for sure. And we're at 3.8, 3.9, almost 4K likes. Let's keep, guys, let's keep liking and sharing and get more people here. And then we're going to get the show started. The show is started officially, but we're just having these monologues and just bouncing off ideas. Me telling how I know. I never kill chicken for my life. Even the whole chicken, they fear me. All these things, right? That's just me as a human being, or as Kachi,
So Kachi, if they give you chicken now, you go wall or something.
I'm not more 440. I did tell you. I did tell you.
Kachi, your rep don't go fear.
Nah, anything go. I don't go lie for you or make you go. I beg. I know Fito. Even we had in the slaughter all these chicken cow and they come out face if they go somewhere else. But that's just me.
It's a very me too. I find it kind of like gross. It's just almost like but there are people who are such experts in it.
Yeah.
I have this thing.
Oh my dear man.
Please don't cancel me. I feel like once you are getting so cool with doing that, people mad.
Now they tell you now. What will be the difference? What will be the difference? Where from like this?
No. I hear you. I don't.
Yeah.
On somehow.
Absolutely. That's just how I see it. But if you do the crime, if that's the penalty, you go there now. It's just what it is. But anyway, listen, we're gonna have a good show today. Make we read some chats in the meantime and just keep the show going still. Let's see. Governor official says the best way to trend. Okay, we're gonna leave that one. The best way to trend is issue of Biafra. I want trend, my brother. I want trend so that I go buy another headphone. Make I show you so that later you go check the cost of this headphone. See whether na Biafra they buy me headphone. ET Bolly Bo.
APC don't buy you earphone.
Now if you like na APC now, I go the monitor. Make them buy me this new headphone now. My crazy people. Anyway, make una things and everybody will be the worry. No be everybody will be the duo, but it's what it is. Make una forget. All right, we're gonna ignore that one as well. Let's see. What is the next fate of Nnamdi Kanu? That's what we're here to discuss today. For me personally, I don't even, because obviously I know be lawyer. I'm just yesterday, it was on Choma's page. Actually, I saw the news of the federal government cross appealing the judgment as well, because there was a judgment in the high court and him can't go appeal court, and now since he's appealing the judgment from the high court, the government they are also exercising their right to cross appeal. Since there's 2 people can play the game, no, you want appeal, let us appeal too. And I don't see the chances of him winning. But if there's a lawyer in the house, if there are lawyers in the house, people who have opinions and thoughts, feel free to come on and share with us. Me, I just listen. I go listen for the most part because this is not my wheelhouse.
But you can also fact check it.
Yeah, we can fact check. We can fact check. Absolutely.
Yes, we can pull it. Yes, we can pull those things up because I feel like also directing, people who are not maybe legally inclined
Yeah.
to go look it up is also helpful. I'm not for learning purposes, but also just so that
Absolutely.
even if you're going to be defending someone, for me, I feel like bingos don't even defend Kanu very well. Like there are certain things that they could use to make this defense to appeal to
Yep.
emotions, and they are not doing that.
Yep.
Instead, they are ostracizing, the brains that could have given them the tip of how to. I mean, this guy could have
It's
gotten
crazy.
easily 25 years.
It's crazy.
Easily 25 years.
Yesterday I was on Ekwensu again. Ekwensu, right? I'm so fond of Ekwensu, right? I was on in him. They carry me. They go this place. If I see saying there, I go join them. Go they listen in. So I was on a show yesterday. There's this guy called Methuselah. I believe most people who are in this Biafran space would know of that name, Methuselah. He came on and he was saying it's not Nnamdi Kanu. He said no, be Nnamdi Kanu, they do all those things. That Nnamdi Kanu is innocent. And this is obviously what they always say, right? That he did not send Gentle to go and do anything. That he did not send anybody to go and do anything. I'm like, you can, it's very convenient to say these things, but he's actually convicted for sending Gentle to do these things. Because when I need a list read, and I make on a fit, you can go and confuse people that you want to confuse. But the people where they read, people who don't do the little research, and people like Choma that has even done more research, you cannot come and deceive us or deceive people like that, right? He's convicted because he was inside, he was telling Gentle and Ikonso and the other people exactly what you're saying. That's why Nnamdi Kanu was convicted, and that's why he might be facing the capital sentence now. So I don't know. And the crazy part is on these shows, right? When Ikonso go on talk, then go mute him. When they want to talk, then go mute him. But there are no pushbacks.
He's a very patient.
He definitely is. He definitely is.
Shout out to Ekwensu.
Shout out to Ekwensu.
Ekwensu goes into every room and.
Shout out to Ekwensu, man. But yeah.
Ekwensu has been one of my longest followers, actually. He's been following me for probably 10 years, I don't know, like for a very long time.
Yeah.
And I just only found him on TikTok. So it's very, it's sad, unfortunately, because I'm not interested in these people in overseas or abroad or in the diaspora who lie to themselves. Most of them are married to Oyibo women, and those children will never come to Alibo. And I don't say this because I'm trying to be mean. I'm saying the reality.
True.
Most of these people deluded themselves somehow that if they were very, very loud or had proximity to Kano or something like that, that when Biafra came, that they were going to be you can imagine the type of country this type of thinking can bring, right? So the people that I'm worried about and why this conversation, even if all of you get tired, I will never tire of it. It's because I do plan to retire in a few years back home, and people were not about to fuck up my inheritance in Nina and Southeast. People were not about to fuck up the inheritance. Just because your papa did not leave inheritance for you does not mean you're about to fuck up mine, okay? So y'all need to get your shit together, because
absolutely,
I'm about to go and enjoy my inheritance.
Absolutely.
Okay, that my bloodline left me. So, and second, I'm going to raise we're raising, the family in Nigeria. I'm going to give them the same experience, the duality of living in both worlds that my parents gave me. So, the family has already kind of sort of planned all of this thing like far out.
Yeah.
So this is a future that I'm going to have to catch up with. Now, it's also the generation of second generation diaspora children that the only thing they're going to learn about Nigeria, which is ironic because when they want to go and do Dirty December in December, they don't think about safety. The only time they think about safety somehow is in the Southeast. And you have to ask yourself why. Why does that second generation that their papa is telling them, oh, they are treating Igbo people like slaves, but you go to Lagos and do Dirty December, go and see Ashaki, and you don't die.
No.
When I'm in Lagos, I don't use security. When I'm in Abuja, I don't use security either. Right? Yep. But the only time you have to think about security is when you're going to Amanage, going to your own kingsmen, going to your... Why is that?
Yeah. That
is the long-term consequences of refusing to have continuous, holistic conversations around these things. Because need to ensure that but we live in a world where internet, like the internet on your phone, Kachi, should Google is free on your phone?
It's free.
You have to pay subscription.
No,
it's
there's
free on mine.
it's free.
So when you hear want to forget what Kachi you heard.
Yeah.
But there is a thing where there are two categories of people. There are people who don't know what they don't know. So for those people, what I wish them is life so that they can eventually learn. But there are people who know better, and those are the people who are disingenuous. You are abroad. You don't have any plan of even moving. You know, some of you, I mean, no shade, that moved when your frontal lobe has already developed. You know, y'all are now moving back to Nigeria for anything. So you don't know that those things in our chair now, that those people who, no matter how many Nigerians jackpot, most people will still be in your village.
Absolutely.
Most people will still be in our towns.
Absolutely.
So
and Choma,
that's why we must have these conversations. And we cannot just be, we cannot just be like saying, just because somebody said he's convicted now, so let's move to peace.
No, that's not how it works. But Choma, we hit 8K likes. So we're gonna get started with the show, but before we get started, I know we've talked a little bit and introduced the topic a little bit. If you want to just use maybe 1 or 2 minutes and give a short monologue or intro to the topic, and then we start bringing our guests on and keep it moving from there. And I see you guys in the queue. I appreciate your patience and thank you guys for joining. We're gonna get you guys on here in a moment. Choma, over to you if you want to just use 1 or 2 minutes, to just introduce the topic or the show for today, and then we keep it going.
Hello, everyone. You already know who I am. My name is Chioma Moriles Ahagotu. So today we're having a conversation about the latest on the Kanu case. The federal government has filed their own cross appeal. For those who are not aware, he was convicted in, I believe, October of last year, and he had 90 days to enter his appeal, which he did. And let me put this on record, that every conviction, anybody who is convicted has the right, that is your legal right to appeal your conviction. Over the course of this discussion, we're going to talk about what an appeal is and what an appeal isn't in that context. So after his appeal, a couple of months, so maybe a couple of months after that, after there has been a lot of conversations about America is coming to overturn the conviction and international bodies are coming to overturn the conviction, federal government made their own chess move of cross appealing. Now, for people who are legal fanatics or lawyers or people who have some sort of background in legal studies, you will know that cross appeal as well is also not, it's not random in a case like this, that, we could tell from the judgments that the judge, by his own admission, said that he could have, sought the maximum for this crime, but he is choosing to step it down a bit to life sentence. So that is what is going to inform a lot of our conversation. So we're going to talk about, the conviction itself, what led to that. As you come up, please, I think for us to have a very productive conversation, please come with facts. No matter how, no matter how much you feel about this, essentially, it would be those facts that would have helped him if everybody stayed in the realm of reality and what is attainable. So as you come up on stage, if you're a legal person, also maybe identify yourself early on so that we can give you a little bit more time, or maybe follow you to talk small and ask you certain questions about the legal parameters and what this means.
Absolutely.
I'm hoping this conversation is going to be very informative, very entertaining, but mostly very educative.
Absolutely.
And I welcome all of you here, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chioma. And for me, same thing, I'm here to learn for the most part. I have the general understanding of the cross appeal process, or not the process per se, but just the term cross appealing. As Nnamdi Kanu, they appeal, federal government do their own appeals. So the federal government own is called the cross appeal. That's just my general understanding of what it is. And now they're seeking for the maximum, because again, according to Choma and according to Omotosho saying just using church mind, step the judgment down to life sentence. So now the federal government say, okay, now you want to appeal, okay, let us go for the capital sentence. And capital sentence here means death sentence, right? But that's what it is, and we're here to learn. It's going to be educative. It's going to be very informative. So if you're a lawyer, and Choma, one more thing, I think we should leave this open for today to everybody. All Nigerians
Yes,
to come
no,
share
it's
that.
for everybody.
All right,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah,
I just wanted to make sure you're on the same page.
But wait,
Otherwise,
no, maybe we balance it where, a pro against, so that the conversation can flow. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, that makes sense too. That makes sense too. So, we're not on here. So if you're against the cross appeal, let us hear. Or if you're against the whole sentencing, let us hear. Whatever it is you're against, let us hear. And if you're pro, or you just want to throw some insights on the topic or the cross appeal, whatever it is, let us share. It's not a very limited topic. It's very broad, depending on your perspective. All right, let's get the show started. We have Obi here. Obi, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate you. I know you've been requesting for a minute. Thank you so much for your patience.
That is the attorney, Obi.
All right,
He's
Mr.
an
Obi.
attorney.
Thank you so
Hey,
much.
The law, welcome.
Yes. Good evening from my side. It's my pleasure to be here. Choma, nice to meet you, and Kachi.
Thank you,
This
Mr.
is
Obi.
my
Thank
first
you for
time
joining.
coming on your platform.
Thank you.
Accepting the invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Obi. Thank you for joining.
Okay, so I guess, Barrister, one of the things that we want to sort of establish very early on in this conversation is what this cross appeal means in layman's terms for both the supporters, both the people who are the critics of the movement. What does this mean for this case from a legal standpoint?
And you're muted. If you want to unmute yourself, please, Mr. Obi.
Can you hear us?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Yes. I heard your question. Okay. So, cross appeal is basically a simple thing. It means when a lower court has given a decision and the person aggrieved of that decision, it could be the defendant, it could be the plaintiff, appealed against that decision. It is called an appeal. So if the other party whose judgment is in favor decides to appeal against some certain things that were said in the judgment, it is called a cross appeal because the other person has appealed first. So had it been the federal government appealed first, it would have been called an appeal at that stage. And if Nnamdi Kanu appeal after the federal government has appealed, it would have been called a cross appeal. I don't know if you understand.
That makes sense.
So cross appeal basically means that you are satisfied with the court judgment. But there are some certain things that you're not satisfied with. There are some certain conclusions the court made that you're not satisfied with. And I'll give you an example. If you sue somebody for defamation in court and you prove your case against that person, and the court said, yeah, the person defamed your reputation. Because of that, I'm going to give you damages of maybe 10 million. That's the decision of the lower court in regards to that defamation suit. You that won can say you want to appeal against the findings of the court as regards to the issue of damages. Because the court, agreed with you that you were defamed. That is not an issue. But the problem that you have with the court judgment is that the 10 million naira damages given to you is so small that you want 50 million. On that ground, you can appeal against just the 10 million naira damages awarded by the court, because that is the only decision you are aggrieved with. So I see some of them. I see where these people have written, they said since the federal government has appealed, it means that Justice Omotosho does not have the jurisdiction. That is not correct in law.
Okay,
The judgment of the court is not only on one thing. It might touch on several things.
I think Mr. Obi has.
You said?
No, oh yeah, 'cause your network was going off a little bit. I wanted you to kind of
I
sort
didn't get your
of
question.
yeah, thank you for that clarification. I wanted to ask like a follow-up question so that you can add it to the explanation. So the first appeal,
Okay,
which
go
is
on, go on,
the
go on.
appeal by Kanu, appealing his judgments, what was that appeal about? Was the appeal specific to the entire like the conviction of him? I want you to just explain it to like as a layman, like people who are not legal. Did he appeal the? Because you said
Yes,
with the
Nnamdi
cross,
Kanu's
with
appeal.
the,
Nnamdi
okay.
Kanu.
No, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Nnamdi Kanu appealed against the entire decision of the court. The entire decision of the court, including the conviction and sentencing. Criminal cases, there are two, two demarcations: the conviction and the sentencing. That is usually, a criminal judgment, encompasses. You have to be convicted. That fact is the first thing that the judge will have to arrive on. Then the issue of sentencing is another thing entirely. But there are two, it's the same process demarcated into two. So Nnamdi Kanu's appeal is against the entire judgment of Justice Omotosho, saying that he was found guilty for terrorism-related offenses. The entirety of the judgment. So that is an appeal. So the federal government is just appealing. The federal government is not appealing against the conviction. They are just appealing against the sentencing. Because if you read Section 2 of the Terrorism Act of 2013, upon which he was convicted, the maximum for that offense is death penalty. It is written there. If you just Google it, the document is, you can get it anywhere. That if you find somebody for these particular offenses, that the punishment is death penalty. Terrorism is because offenses are demarcated. There are some offenses that are misdemeanor. There are some offenses that are felonies. There are some offenses that are capital offenses. Capital offenses are offenses that have death penalty. And if you are being charged with a capital offense, the judge does not have a discretion to say, I want to give you a term of years, or I want to give you life sentence. The punishment is strictly death penalty. And I'll give you an example. If you are being charged with murder, if the court finds out at the end of the trial that the court concludes that you are guilty of murder, the court does not have any discretion apart from sentencing you to death by hanging. That is the provision of the law. The judge does not have, if you look at the way, because you know where a judge does not have discretion when you look at the way the punishment section is couched. When the law says if you are found guilty for this, you'll be in prison for not less than 5 years. There are some offenses like that, not less than 5 years. It means that the court have discretion from that wording of the offense.
Right.
It means that the court have discretion to say, I cannot go not less than 5 years, but I can go, I can give you some term of years, but not less than 5 years. You see that the court has jurisdiction, the court has discretion. But when it comes to capital offenses like murder, like terrorism, like in some states, like kidnapping, and some other offenses that are capital offense, robbery, yes, armed robbery is a capital offense. So these four offenses, the court does not have the discretion apart from death penalty, and that is the law. So on that part, the federal government is just saying, is just asking the Court of Appeal. On this part, the judge was correct on other parts, you get, but on this part, we just want the Court of Appeal to impose the maximum. And this is not the first time it has been done. This is not the first time. There are cases where the judge at the trial court will give maybe a smaller term of years, and the government will appeal, and the appellate court or the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court will increase the amount of terms given. So it is not a new thing. So that is the position. So since the federal government has filed their appeal, they will have to take the process of compiling the records of the trial, just like Nnamdi Kanu. You see, go through the process before they'll start their appeal proper. So
Okay,
the
but
appeal is just to asking the federal.
Barrister, let me because I want you to sort of define, because most of the times when people hear appeal, and I don't want it to come from me, I want it to come from you. When people hear appeal, they think that appeal is, the judges are going to look at the case as opposed to the procedure, like how the judgment and how the process itself. They think they are going to be determining, like opening the case again. Can you sort of give us clarification on what an appeal is and isn't based on that
Okay.
assumption?
Okay. So an appeal is just the powers of the Court of Appeal is restricted to looking at the judgments to know whether the judge was correct both in law and both in facts. So these are the two things that the Court of Appeal will look at: whether the judge is correct both on the findings of facts and in regards to the issue of law. You understand? So that is an appeal process. But it is not a place for a retrial or for a second trial.
Yes,
I don't know if you get my point.
of course.
Because the court will only arrive at the decision, like the Court of Appeal will only arrive at the decision whether Justice Omotosho was right or wrong by looking at the records, what has happened. So, some of all these
What
people, they
has
have
happened
this
during the
mentality that they will
trial,
go to the Court of
right?
Appeal and they will start the case afresh. Yes. The Court of Appeal will have to look at the records of what happened. Because Nnamdi Kanu is not going to the Court of Appeal to enter defense or to start calling witnesses. That is not how appeal works. Nnamdi Kanu is not going to the Court of Appeal to start calling witnesses, because that opportunity to call witness and to defend the case has expired.
Because the conviction has already
So
happened.
he had that opportunity at the trial court. Yes. That is why they call it an appeal court. They call the lower court a trial court. Court of Appeal is not a trial court. That's why they call it a Court of Appeal. You appeal based on what the lower court have done. You are telling the Court of Appeal, look at the records of what the lower court have done. Is it correct or is it wrong? You're not going there to say, I want to call Okeke to come and testify on my behalf. You're not going there to say, I want to tender these documents that will show my innocence.
But can you go there
That
to
is not
say,
what you're going there to
you
do.
don't know law?
You cannot. These things that he said, those rhetorics that he said, they are part of the records. They are part of the thing is even a serious issue, because those things he said, you don't know law, you don't know this, they are part of the records. They are part of the records. They are part of the things that the Court of Appeal will look at.
Barrister Obi, if you just want to give me a moment so I can read,
Omotosho was wrong.
Yeah, if you just want to give me a moment so I can read what you just said,
Okay, go on.
Just to validate what you said. Anyway, while you were talking about the capital offenses in Nigeria, I had to make a quick search on Google, and it's obviously just validating what you said. The death penalty is authorized by Section 33 of the Constitution of Nigeria. Capital crimes are defined under several laws, namely the Criminal Code Act, laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 1990, which is, I'm going to leave all the parentheses, the Penal Code Act LFN 1990, and the Robbery and Firearms Decree 1984. Offenses punishable by death include armed robbery, murder, treason, treachery, capital perjury, and aiding suicide of a child or mentally ill person. Pregnant women and people younger than 18 may not be sentenced to death if convicted of a capital offense. They will instead be sentenced to life imprisonment. And you see that life imprisonment now where you did now, this is the discretion you were talking about. But Nnamdi Kanu is neither a pregnant woman or younger than 18 years old. Yeah.
Yes, it doesn't fall within the exceptions provided by the law.
Yeah. Man, Nnamdi Kanu
It doesn't fall within the
non-so
exceptions provided by the law.
They might have to fire Omotosho because, if that's the case, he might lose his job, unfortunately, because he didn't follow the law.
No.
And really, if you look at it, he doesn't know the law.
No, he won't. Appeal, because judges have immunities when it comes to writing judgments.
Okay.
He will not lose his job. What the courts will do is just that he was wrong in doing that. That is why we have appellate courts. Because that is how the judicial system works everywhere. You understand? So that we don't want one man.
Please make that specification, because now you said something like it was wrong. Somebody will now clip that and say that the conviction was wrong. That's not what Barrister is saying.
No. On the part, I'm talking about the part of sentencing. on the part of sentencing. Because don't believe what these things are something that
Public.
you see. The Nigerian law is not the Nigerian law is not something that is hidden. It is
No be
not
Google.
hidden.
I just bring them out from now.
It is not hidden.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You get the point. These
Absolutely.
things are out there.
Yes.
These things are out there.
So,
understand?
Barrister
So, the
Barrister
issue
Obi,
of
if I want to ask you, is there a way out for Nnamdi Kanu at this point?
That's my next question too.
The reason I will say there is no way out is because of the fact that his case became more complicated when he did not enter defense at the trial court. That was the beginning of his problem. When he did not enter, because him going to the Court of Appeal, there is nothing on his own side of the story before the Court of Appeal. He didn't
Right.
enter defense. He didn't challenge the charges. There is no counter evidence. The only evidence that the Court of Appeal will look at is the evidence that were presented by the federal government. Just the evidence of one party.
So,
And the law
can
is-
he now in this, like, for any reason, can he now seek for like was it like a deal? What they call that? Like what they call those
plea
things?
bargain?
Plea bargain. Yeah. At this point, can he like
He has been-
seek
he
for
has-
a deal?
He has been convicted.
Ah.
No, he has been
He lost that
convicted. That
opportunity.
opportunity. The only
trial.
thing provided by the Constitution now for Nnamdi Kanu is pardoning.
Yes.
Or if the court decides to say, if the Court of Appeal decides to say that the conviction was wrong, which I doubt the Court of Appeal will do that, because Omotosho gave Nnamdi Kanu every opportunity to defend himself.
Yeah.
The records are there.
And he kept begging
Every
him. He
opportunity.
kept saying, "Go get a lawyer." And I think he was
You
doing that to cover
understand?
his own self.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was covering his
Oh,
own.
of course. Of
Sadly.
course.
Sadly.
He was not doing that just because maybe he likes Nnamdi Kanu. He's doing that to protect any judgments that he will write. Because you have
Cover
to give the
all bases.
accused
Yeah.
a reasonable, yes. You have to give the accused person the opportunity to defend himself. And if you read the judgment, the judge was even of the opinion that the judge will have to write to the legal counsel. There's an agency, federal government agency called the legal counsel. They provide their pro bono services for indigent accused persons that cannot provide for themselves or cannot get a lawyer. So the judge said, "I will get you a lawyer from there to defend you." He refused to take that opportunity. Then you're not going to the Court of Appeal to say you're not giving fair hearing.
Yeah.
I see. Well, thank you, Mr. Obi, for sharing the thoughts. Unless, Choma, you have any final questions for him before we let him go and bring in a different guest.
Yes, no, thank you, Barrister Obi. I think that clarification is needed.
Yeah.
And, I think that one of the challenges is oftentimes living in reality and then the things that you imagine.
Yep.
There were so many opportunities, Barrister Obi, before you came in, I said there were so many opportunities where Kanu could have maybe even gotten, like the lesser time. Like if we entered the defense and, didn't do a lot of those theatrics. And if he had the best lawyers in the world, America, have, in my opinion, have one of the batches of the best lawyers. I've never seen the best lawyers who commit anything, defend themselves. It's a rarity. It's one of those things where even you will be the law, even if you are the sun, you will get another sun because there are blind spots that you can't see.
You can see, especially because it's you.
Yes, you're
And
correct.
because it's you, right?
That is one of the things. That's one of the things that we even teach you in law school.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You get, no matter, even though you're a lawyer or a judge,
yeah.
and you are being sued or being charged with an offense, because if you handle that case yourself, you will not be objective.
You
Yeah.
won't be objective.
So you
And
have to
won't see
allow
those
another lawyer-
You won't see those blind spots because
Yeah.
And the whole point of lawyers, lawyers cannot be scared of their clients. And that's one of the things that became very, very clear. You can't have your clients telling you to shut up, beating you, and literally telling you to shut up. Because what that means is that now your clients, they tell you what to go and defend, which is the opposite of why you will have a lawyer. So there were so many opportunities where, of course, it would also require him admitting that what he did was wrong, which is something he didn't want to. And I think that he probably believed in this political solution. And I don't know why you would let your followers who don't have any connection. You have ostracized yourself so much from the central. I don't know where you think this political solution. People keep saying, "Oh, political solution." He can actually get, like if he had been convicted, a president who comes in can become sympathetic and pardon him, right? And Barrister Obi.
Yeah,
He could have gotten pardon if he didn't try to make such a big fuss.
Yes, but the pardon will have to come with condition.
Yes. We will have to denounce.
But the pardon
would
will
he
have
have
to
to
come with
denounce
conditions.
being the leader of IPOB?
All pardons, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course. You have to abandon the agitation.
Absolutely. But thank you, Mr. Obi, and thank you very much
That is the
again.
only window. That is the only window.
No, round up. Your network is
you.
kind of it has a delay, so I cut you short there.
It was delayed,
If you want to just round up with that so that we can move forward. But I appreciate you for joining.
Okay. So can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So the only option available, in reality, I'm just being realistic here. The only option available for Nnamdi Kanu is presidential pardon, nothing else. Because no matter who you are, no matter how many laws you have read, no matter your experience, Nnamdi Kanu's case was a difficult and complex case. He made it so easy for the federal government to convict him, because all the things you need to convict Nnamdi Kanu with terrorism, Nnamdi Kanu provided those evidence himself.
Yep.
You cannot be going on air to give instructions to be killing police, to be killing army, to be killing, burning federal government institutes and federal government assets, and you think that the government will keep quiet.
Yeah.
That is why it is difficult for them to whitewash his image in Europe and in other countries, because when the federal government presents this evidence to those people that are lobbying to, they will not take the man serious.
Absolutely.
So he made it so difficult for anybody to defend him, because he provided those evidence. He made it so easy for the prosecution to get him. So it will be the only option I feel that is available for Nnamdi Kanu, without sentiment, without emotion, is just pardon. Anything that are doing now will not just legally, in my view, will not just work.
Thank you so much, Barrister Obi.
Thank you
for that insight.
And thank you for your time. Thank you for your time very much.
Kachi, is it that school is not scam?
Yeah, say me and you never disagree on that one. No be me supposed to tell. Now 100-man committee. Now 100-man committee waiting for chat. They cost me and you. No, me and you will not disagree. I never disagree with you on that one.
School no be scam.
School no be scam. 100-man committee. Request, let us come and speak as.
They tell us say no be by speaking English. No be English where they use brainwash you.
No be English where Barrister Obi use come explain this thing for us. Now Pidgin in use. Now Igbo in use. No be English, Mr. Barry. I say Mr. Barrister. No be English where Barrister Obi come using explain the thing to us. Now Igbo in use. They deceive yourself. Anyway, thank you so much, Mr. Barrister Obi. I appreciate you for joining. I really appreciate you for joining and explaining the cross appealing. I kind of understand it more, like a little bit in depth now. I wouldn't say in depth because it's just, but I understand it better now. Like the cross appealing it's not just falling on the term is not falling on one side. It depends on who appeals first. If the federal government had appealed first, then their own go be appeal. Then if Nnamdi Kanu counter appeals, then his would be the cross appeal. It just goes either ways. Who appeal first? So thank you for
appeals first. Yes,
absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you for
and
clarifying
they give you
that.
That window too for you to, because I mean legally you are allowed to do that. And
yeah.
In fact, that is the provision that the law gives you. But I also know that the federal government knew that he would take that bait to want to appeal, because then he'll want to appeal the whole entire thing.
Yep.
And, and that's why they bought time. You see how much time that went between the two, and all of a sudden, bam, bam, bam. So those are the things where the law is usually very straightforward about those things.
Absolutely. Miss BC, thank you for joining again. Make I blow horn for you. Thank you for joining again. I appreciate you. When I see my repeat guest here, it just tells me that there is something that we are doing right. There's something we're doing right. When I see the repeat guests come here. So thank you, Miss BC, for joining again. I appreciate you. Let us hear your thoughts on the federal government's cross appeal on Nnamdi Kanu's terrorism charge. I never did have a long. My tongue one day mess up. Anyway, yeah. Thank you, Miss BC.
Hello, Chema. Hello, Kechi. Good evening.
Good
Oh,
evening.
personally, I don't like the death penalty. I'm against it in terms of my value, but it's getting to a stage now in this country, in Nigeria, that if the government, they need to let the institution work.
Yep.
This political arrangement that they be doing is what led us to where we are now. That's why we have an institution. There is a clear law that says if you do this, this is the consequence. It's because we have not been allowing people to face the consequence of their actions. That is what is giving most of them boldness to be doing all this nonsense that is happening now. If you can't face the crime, if you can't face it, don't get to the kitchen. Right from the independence, right from the Biafra war, if they have allowed all the people on either side that committed crime against the Constitution, if they allow them to face the consequences right from the inception, we will not get to where we are going now. That no winner, no vanquish bullshit led to where we are today. The same, it's not only Nigeria, the same thing America is facing now. After their civil war, if they have allowed the South,
we go leave America on a beg. We go leave
Let's make
America
no block
on.
this life, I beg.
what I'm trying to say is there is no shortcut to this thing.
True. I agree with you on that one for sure.
Even this political arrangement, that's where it's led to everybody is doing whatever they like.
Yeah.
Because they know there's Godfather somewhere that's going to bring them out. That's going to face them. Even this issue of this one that is going on now, when they catch all those people, when they release them back, they say they are rehabilitating. What are you rehabilitating?
Yeah.
They are terrorists.
Yeah.
They're terrible.
Let them face this consequence. If it's spy, let them buy them. Because if they didn't buy, if they have buy them, nobody will come back and start taking other people for ransom, using them to now blackmail the government. Say, before we release these innocent children, you have to release our bomb maker.
Yeah.
That we do.
Because if you buy them, there will be nothing to release.
There's nothing to release.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
In as much I don't support death penalty, but if people know that if I do this, I'm going to die. If they start killing, if they start buying them, you will see. I know my people. They will like life. Everybody will run because this thing now it has now created is an hydra head.
It is.
There is
Sadly.
this terrorism. There is people who use it as a crime of opportunity. There are people that are doing it for organ harvesting. There are people that are doing it for women trafficking. It has so many tentacles now.
Yep.
There are people that use it for blackmail.
Yep.
As well. You see, what happened in Ogbomoso within 3 weeks, they did it to a politician family. That is an inside job because they use under the cloud of what is happening within the country. That's a kind of opportunity.
And let me just cut you a little bit here, Miss BC. And the most sad part, the saddest part about this is when these things happen, every time na Fulani herdsmen kidnap them. Are you telling me that it's Fulani herdsmen that kidnapped this Oshun person who you talk about now?
Let me tell you, no crime. Let me tell you, that kind of a crime cannot happen without an insider.
You mentioned it. You said it's an inside job. Yeah.
Do you know the logistic involved?
Yeah.
They might invite some mercenary from outside, but I will tell you, like the people that sat down and do this bullshit, they'll be insiders. There will be among people that are sitting there doing meeting on how to rescue those people.
Mm-hmm.
Because logistic, you can't tell me an outsider will come into your community. An outsider will come into your community. Can an insider know the terrain of your village and you?
Yep.
An insider is involved.
Yep.
And
It's
that
sad.
insider is not just an ordinary citizen. It will be an influential person in that community. And those people would have been one of that, like the recognizes that they would do the logistic involved. They've been living in that community for more than 2 weeks. They've been seeing them, but this I don't care attitude. It's not happening now. I like the awareness that is coming now. In Yoruba land now, if you are not speaking Yoruba, they see with any gun in any hiding place. I mean, you are playing with your life. All the parties I saw on Saturday now, they are creating awareness with all these Fuji musicians. Chioma, I was the one that I tagged you with my name with a musician calling all the Yoruba hunters, the so-called Odua people, to all of them to work together to go into the bushes and start bringing people out. That they should all come together now. Now in the villages now, if they see anybody, the way they are stopping Okada in Ogun State or your state now, Okada people, if they see you carry any unnecessary bag, or carrying any wakadugbe,
Check you.
body they pepper everybody for now. And
Yep.
I like that community. Like we need because this is a guerrilla war. Army cannot just barge into the village and start everywhere.
Yeah,
This is guerrilla war.
Just community policing first,
This
yes.
is self-police, community police, information sharing.
Information
Though
sharing, yes.
the government need to do this, they need to enable the agencies, and all the people they employ in the agencies need to do their job. When people come to report to them, they need to take it on board, not sitting there idle, and not carrying Madam White bag to party. All those nonsense need to stop. And when they start, and this one now, this bandit, these people now, me, I'm in support of. Because I was saying on the platform yesterday, I look as if I'm atlas. I said, if you get to use it, the people that they are under captivity, they want to use that as a collateral damage, that they pulverize everybody, including the perpetrator and the victim. That will say the warning to anybody that have intention of doing it again, to now use them as a body shield, because they believe that because they're blackmailing is the people that they capture, they won't want to buy them. So they'll be using it as a shield. But if they pack everybody together, next time they will know that if they catch them, they don't give a shit about the people that they.
Well, I think the challenge of that with a place like Nigeria is that, you know, Nigeria's terrorism is very multifaceted. And once you kind of sort of start with absolutes, Kachi, are you speaking to us? Oh, once you start with absolutes, then you know, you have to take it all the way left.
That's what I'm saying now. He has to go
Yes,
the way left.
but that's what I'm saying. At some points, like Nigeria is not going to be able to contain that, sadly. So for me, I think it's one of those things whereby the way that terrorism was managed 10 years ago is drastically different from how it is now. What happens with every administration is they promise to be, you know, tougher on it, but then because it's almost like because the terrorism is not one type of terrorism. So you have banditry, and then all of that most of the terrorism is
Kidnapping, and I know those area boys that want to
yes, and
crime of
then
opportunity.
and then you also have a very, you know, like, you know, a very young population of a younger population of people who are not only just unemployed and underemployed. I'll give you a perfect example to sort of round up your point. I don't know if you guys have seen the video of Nigerians going to those, you know, terrorists pages that collect ransom and telling them to send them a lot. Okay, so that is why I'm saying that most of the things that Nigeria can do, it is like multi-layered, because if for the past 10 years, the way that we've negotiated with terrorists has been to give them what they need to save the victims. So I think that's where you are going with, like, because they're using that as a shield of, if we can use these people, we can negotiate. If we bring children, if you notice, they are not even focusing on adults anymore. They're focusing on, they're trying to have us have a visceral reaction to it. On Live the other, hold on, BC. On Live the other day, they were literally, those women that they starved, harmed, they had them on live and they were taking turns on them. So the reason why they are going all of these extreme is, at the end of the day, the way the culture of terrorism in Nigeria became so widespread that before we could identify who seems like they could be a terrorist. But now, the person who does armed robbery, if he starts doing terrorism, you say, you're doing terrorism for my own tribe. This one is saying, I'm doing it for my religion. So before we could say you're doing it for your religion, and then we can target that. But now it's like people are doing it for their tribe. They're doing it for just the vibe. Some people are doing it for the plot, not even because of any ideology, simply just because those people who would have ended up as criminals anyway, this has now become an avenue for them. So if they're taking those children, and then one of the challenges that Nigeria has is with definitions. Yeah. Nigeria is very fickle with definitions. You see, when it was happening to us, we were calling them unknown gunmen, and then you're calling them bandits. These people create terror. So you must retain the definitions of words. Because every time you try to recategorize it, oh, these ones are different from bandits, you don't see the remnants and the spin-offs. So the spin-offs from those bigger ones like ISIS, like, you know, the Boko and all of those other places, those remnants, they don't die out. These are things that are run as businesses. It's like a conglomerate. A conglomerate does not just go under because one group of it goes.
Yeah.
So by Nigeria redefining these things and putting them in different categories, I think that was the beginning of the end for us in terms of knowing the type of terrorism we're then fighting. Because the ones in the southeast are saying they are not terrorists. Then the ones in the southeast are saying, oh, but the ones in Oyo, then they catch Oyo people and they see that it's the people who are local, like they have the same name, they are speaking the same language. This thing is internal. Because criminology 101 tells you that crime is usually very, very local.
Yeah.
Every other thing comes after that. So I don't condone the idea of eliminating both the captive and the captor. However, I do see where your sentiments are coming from, because these people have become more emboldened, because all they have to do is, and the thing about it is, in other types of kidnapping around the world, what you usually see is they keep those people unharmed so that the ransom can be, because the conditions are you must not harm those people. But these people will harm them. They will still video it. The other time I was saying jam the signal. But I thought about, okay, if you jam the signal, you're going to jam the signals of every other person, even the people who want to give information. What made us as a people so comfortable that when you see those terrorists running, it is the local village people that are running towards them?
Yeah.
Because now you don't see them as terrorists. You see them as people fighting for something, because after they give them 30 million, 100 million, 250 million or whatever, they will come and do Saraka or do flex with the money. One of them will come on TikTok and be doing giveaway. And the same people will say, we are the problem of this country. All the terrorists must go down. Are begging. They were willing to give their accounts to terrorists to transfer them money. Do you know what the justification is? After all, it's Nigerian money that paid the ransom. That is just
sadly. Well, Ms. BC, if you want to help us round up on your final thoughts, so we can move on. Yeah.
I would like in the
Yeah.
In as much as the Ogbomosho one, I don't think is Fulani. I mean, I can tell you categorically.
I think their names have been. I think their faces. They've brought out the people that did it, and they are not Fulani, obviously.
They are Yorubas, and there is a political connotation to it.
I don't know about the politics inside, but I know for sure that they are not Fulani. We know for sure.
How we should stop lying about Fulani.
Yeah.
Though the Northerners, the Northern elites, they are the one that put us where we are as of today. Because people are not hiding under that umbrella. If they have not condoned their own, but start negotiating with them in the first place, will not be, because it has become a multi-billion naira business now. And most of the ones that did it from the north,
what created the blueprint.
That negotiation. I saw a news about 4 days ago.
If you want to round up on this thought, so that we can move forward, Ms. BC. Yeah.
Politically, the politicians need to do a lot for people, for we the Nigerian people, to have trust in our agencies. And all the agencies do, they need to do a lot of recruitment, and they need to create awareness. I don't know what the National Orientation Agency is doing. Somebody is there, keep it quiet. They need to start letting people create awareness for people to know that information sharing is for the safety of everybody.
Absolutely.
The National Orientation Agency are not doing their job. I don't know why they are there, and I'm disappointed.
They collect salary.
God forbid these children. I just pray for God Almighty to let them be rescued. That's because I'm tired.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. BC. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. We'll go bring the next guest. But I see someone requesting. You're not the next per se, but I don't know why you think I'm going to bring you up if your name is Iyamiri. That's a slur. It's a slur directly at me. So I don't know whether you want to try my patience, right? But anyway, I'm gonna decline you, and
I can guarantee you that person is not who you think it is.
Whoever the person is, it doesn't really matter. And please, I don't.
You can't come on the stage with slurs, and if you want to come on our stage, have a name that we can pronounce on the stage.
Absolutely. All right, we have Ram for sure. Ram for sure. Thank you for joining. What's your first name so that we can address you correctly? Raymond. All right. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Thank you for joining. What are your thoughts on the topic? The federal government cross-appealing Nnamdi Kanu's appeal.
If you don't mind, I am just about to report you to the Consumer Protection Commissioners for about 2 weeks now.
Why you want to report to me now?
Yes, because you are denying me my right to hear my opinion. Every Sunday, most of the time when you are doing your, at least you should, when you are doing a program that has to do majorly that only Igbos should contribute, which is understandable. You should leave like maybe 30 minutes before the end of the conversation to bring a general topic where others can contribute to.
Fair point.
So
But Raymond,
I have, yeah.
Raymond, I know that you're joking, but let me say this one thing. Let me say this one thing. I find it's a very Nigerian thing. It's a really Nigerian thing, and I only notice it with people who grew up in Nigeria. Like this thing of like, why do you want to be like in certain conversations? Like it doesn't make any sense though. Like why do you want to be in those conversations in the
No,
first
no,
place?
Choma,
Like, do you think
Choma,
it
I
would be
don't
a
want
fair
to be in the.
assessment?
No, no, I don't want to be in the conversation. I
Okay.
am saying because I like the program, we
Thank you.
should
Thank
try
you.
and bring a second conversation towards the end of that particular conversation where others can come into it. If for just 30 minutes, sometimes I'm on your live for like 6 hours on a
I
Sunday.
appreciate you, man.
And the conversation is about
Because it's
the
other
Igbo
easy.
tribe,
You
which
know,
I
easy.
understand. I don't even want to contribute because whatever I am contributing might cause an instigation like,
Yeah.
oh, why is he putting his mouth in or the way it will be viewed in a way.
Yeah.
But at least maybe if you can just put like 30 minutes towards the end and say, okay, let's discuss about this. Now we have finished this particular topic, but this one is my general topic for the next 30 minutes that we are living.
And I
This is
hear
just
you,
my
Mr.
observation.
Raymond, and thank you for pointing that out. But we do that in some way, like in some ways, right? Like today's topic is not limited to Igbos, and I'm glad you understand why we have those topics
I do
that are
understand,
limited.
I do
I'm glad you
understand.
understand that. But today's topic now, it's a general topic that everybody can,
Yes,
opine on, right? We've also had a topic,
Yes.
I think maybe last week Sunday or so. Well, I think it was a general topic where we talked about why do Nigerians always protect their terrorists and stuff like that.
Yes,
That was also
because
another
about
general
2,
topic.
3 weeks ago,
Yeah.
I came in and you asked for my name.
Yeah.
I told you, Raymond, that I just needed just 30 seconds.
Ah.
It's not about the topic. I don't want to talk about the topic. Because
But here's the
if
thing.
you ask me to
Here's
talk
the
about
thing.
the topic,
We like to
I
stay
won't
on
talk about
track.
the topic.
We like to stay on track, and at this point again, we're
Okay,
even
sorry,
getting
I'm
off
just
track.
giving you my own idea.
And I appreciate you, Mr. Raymond.
Okay.
But for today, what do you think?
Okay. For today, I think the Justice Omotosho, even with all the vilification that he has been vilified, I think he is not brave enough. For me, as a justice, irrespective of the repercussion, irrespective of
Your religion,
what
your
people are going to
faith.
say, your religion, your faith, or anything, you have to pronounce the law. You
Yep.
have to say it as it is. You know the law. Even in the court, I watched it for over like 3 hours as he's reading the judgment from A to Z. And the federal government lawyer, specifically at a point, made it very clear to the judge that he has no power on certain section of those accusations against Nnamdi Kanu, that it has to. This is the only judgment that is prescribed by the law to be given. I don't know why that he now bring in religion and say because of our Lord Jesus
So you're saying the
Christ.
federal
yeah.
prosecutors, they actually called it out
Yeah,
in
they
court.
asked for the maximum, yes, and they clarified that.
Yes.
Yeah, they did.
Yes, that is,
They mentioned that.
the law even said there is a leeway that okay, there is a different one. The law says, oh, you can get this or you can get that. The law didn't say that.
Yeah.
The law was very specific. For this crime, this is the judgment for this crime. So for me, Justice Omotosho, I understood his ground of why he did it.
Yeah.
But for me, I sympathize with a lot of people from Eastern region. And putting myself in the position, I understand that certain people, based on experience, based on history that has been told, some people feel shortchanged. Now, this is my own opinion. This is my own opinion, and I'm sorry if it's conflicted with any other person's opinion. I think Nnamdi Kanu needs to be made
An example.
a
Make I help you.
scapegoat,
Make I
an
help
example.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yep.
because this thing started with late Ojukwu. Nothing was done. He came back, contested. Then Masob came up. Nothing was done. He's not crying about
Raymond,
some
please
people.
let me correct an impression. Okay.
Okay.
The no victor, no vanquished allowed for Ojukwu to come back from exile because
Yes.
by his own admission, integration was then necessary. And he then
Yes.
called, by that admission of the person who's led the war, because we need to sort of correct that part, by telling Indigo, we need to now integrate back to our, another war is not necessary. It was upholding that no victor, no vanquished. And the proof of that was him running for office. So there's no way that the government would have then punished him on top of that. So that's what I wanted to clarify.
I wasn't talking about the victor no vanquish.
No, I want you to put it because you're going to Wazirike
Yes.
and Kanu and all of those things. So I'm saying the war
What
starts
I'm
from
trying to-
1999 of the agitation, Wazirike and the rest, yes.
Oh, okay. But just like I said from the beginning, my opinion might be different from your own, but I'm just trying to hear my own opinion.
Go ahead, please, yeah.
In every situation, I believe somebody has to take responsibility.
True.
If you live in the Western world, you know if there is a problem, even somebody who naturally you will feel like, oh, what has he done? Somebody has to go for it. So who went for the first war? Nobody. Was that responsible either in the federal government? Oh, even if the federal government say, oh,
But the
certain
judgment,
minister-
no victor, no vanquished, is what nullified that because it.
I understand.
So nobody
what
can go in for
nullified
it. That's what I'm saying.
Choma, I understand what nullified it. I am saying what nullified it should not have come in the first place. We've seen First World War, we've seen Second
But
World
it already,
War.
but that's what I'm saying. And that's why I get a challenge with this type of conversations because I don't think that they can be, they can't be as straightforward. And I don't want you to deviate from what we're talking about. Here's the thing: the war happened because of that declaration of no victor, no vanquished. That one crosses it out. Now, an Igbo person can, and I can be honest about saying that because a lot of conversations did not happen at the Nigerian level and at the Biafran level about what that war was and how terrible it was. Not because you want to see yourself as a victim, but that it was so terrible that it should not happen again. And actually move it, because then that would then make sense that because from 1970 to 1998, it means that Igbo people had been trying to move ahead with the declaration.
Yeah.
So how did you then, what conversation should have happened in that in that 15 years or that one decade to now say we must not attempt to restore, to bring back, because it is nullified. And then every time you bring up the name, this is what can happen. If you're having that kind of conversation, and this is not about opinion,
Thank you,
this is
Chioma.
about accuracy with the truth.
Okay, thank you, Choma. I really appreciate your statement, and you can see I took my time to understand you because I listened because I want to learn, not because I believe my opinion is superior.
And Mr. Raymond, if you give me 1 minute, please. I know you've been interjected for a few times now, but if you give me 1 minute, please. I think I understand where you're coming from, and I think I kind of I'm leaning towards your opinion as well. If before the no victor, no vanquished judgment was ruled, if it was dealt with before that judgment, I think no other person would have attempted it. I think that's where he's coming from. But
That's just.
but we can
I
move
am
forward from
just
that so
trying
that
to-
we not go get too many
Yes,
back
yes.
and forth and just focus on the
Okay.
topic.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I am sorry. I need to be clear because I've seen some comments. I am truly a Yoruba man, so I try not to get involved.
Please leave comments. Let's talk, please. You came up
Yeah.
here to talk,
Okay.
not to
This is
read
my
comments.
opinion. Okay.
Please, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think let's forget about the past. But for me, the past is still causing certain things in the future. And now we are in the future. In the present, for me, not to cause another issue in the future, is that Nnamdi Kanu needs to pay for. You see, about 2021, I was in Nigeria when I was at home in Nigeria when I saw a video that came about. I believe you've seen the video about those military men, the lady and that Satan Kaduna man.
Yep.
I can promise you, for 3 days, I swore I could not eat
Yeah.
watching that video. And I asked myself, oh, some people are saying, oh, Nnamdi Kanu has done nothing, so he should be left and because some people did this, some people did
Yeah.
that.
And that's a very
Majority
sad
of the
situation.
casualty
And
are
we
not even Northerner. The majority of the casualty are not
are from the
Yoruba.
east. Absolutely.
They are Igbos.
Igbo people. Absolutely. And I think
So who is going to take
one second, Mr.
responsibility
Raymond.
for this death?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
1 second, Mr. Raymond. I agree with you on that. I think if we keep talking on and on about it, we're going to talk about the crimes of Nnamdi Kanu, which has already been over. We've talked about that, right?
So,
But on the FG cross appealing the Nnamdi Kanu's appeal, what are your thoughts in general? Do you think? Obviously, I think I know where you stand. You obviously think it's a good idea, but what are your thoughts in that regard?
Okay, my thought in that regard is that Kanu should. I'm still going to have issue with some people who are victims. See people like maybe probably like Ijele. But in my own opinion, I think Kanu should be given the maximum.
I think
Maybe in 15
Ijele
years
I think Ijele is on. Is of that same opinion.
Okay, but maybe in 10 years, in 15 years, when a lot of people have forgotten and accepted that he's on the maximum penalty, he can be pardoned. But he should never be pardoned instantly
he has
by
to
any
serve
president.
time. He has to serve
Exactly.
time.
And even if they are going to pardon him, there can never be a show. It can never be known. Even if they promise him, they can tell him, oh, we will leave you in 10 years. We'll leave you in 15 years. But nobody must know about it. Everybody must come to the conclusion and accept that when you do something, there is a repercussion for it.
Yeah.
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 So maybe after so many years, it can be left. No problem. But somebody needs to take responsibility for some of these things.
Yes. Yes.
To
I
prevent
agree.
future reoccurrence, not just because of today. People that are dead are already dead. But how do we prevent reoccurrence?
Yeah.
You see, look at the northern region. It started just like if you were in Nigeria in 2009, you can see some Hausa defending Boko Haram. Today, they are not defending Boko Haram. They are feeling it. And few months ago, you can see the Yoruba say when they report insecurity, these people, it will never get to Yoruba land. It is now living in Yoruba land.
Yeah. Sadly. But Mr. Raymond,
So-
if you want to help us round up on that thought so that we will move forward.
Okay, my own to run it up is somebody need to be held responsible for everything that has happened in the last 10 years from 2014 2015. Somebody need to be held responsible not because of today but to prevent a reoccurrence in the future.
Absolutely.
That when you do something you are going to pay for it.
Absolutely.
It doesn't. I didn't do it. It's not an excuse. You instigate somebody
Yep.
and somebody else do it, you need to be held responsible just like the person who had the knife.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So that's just my own opinion, and
Absolutely. And
will
thank you.
just,
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. And I appreciate you being,
myself.
someone who always watches the show and anticipates the show. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for
I
always
appreciate it.
being here.
And I hear you on that recommendation. We will look into them and see what we can do about it. But, the idea of bringing shows at the end of the session, we don't know about that, but we're going to try to be bringing topics that are, that everybody can opine on. But thank you again. I
Yes.
appreciate you. Thank you so much.
thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. All right. Choma, do you have any thoughts before we get the next guest on here?
Yeah. I agree with Mr. Ray to a certain extent. And I want, if there's like any other legal person here, lawyer, attorney, barrister, what have you, San, who can come up and talk to us about, like we talked about presidential pardon, what that kind of sort of looks
Yeah.
like. One of the challenges that our people fail to understand, sadly, is that refusal to participate in a system doesn't absolve you from the consequences that come from that system. Right? So everybody now is talking about presidential pardon, presidential pardon. People don't know how presidential pardon are lobbied. They think presidential pardons happen because a president gets in there and people lobby for that stuff. Any presidential, you saw when the Kardashians, one of them was going to law school. That's one of the things she focused on, cases that it gets as it be, but it be like say this person don't they repent small. And she
Yeah.
focused on those type of cases. And you see a lot of people who have like, sort of a legal purpose to do that. People need to understand what this, they keep talking about political solutions. And I want us to talk in realistic terms after this conversation, right? What is attainable within what it is that you are expecting? You need to be able to manage. One of the things, the testaments of whether you are a human whose brain works, is that you have to be able to change, like not even just change, but you need to able to adjust your thinking to the reality as facts coming in.
Yep.
Right? If they create one antibiotics and they put it and it's in Dupafuka and they go just upgrade, you need to be upgrading your updates. Because if you're saying presidential pardon, and you have to think about the reality of what you mean. You have failed to participate within that system. The evidences around even the supporters of Kanu themselves, in this life alone, okay? If I had DSS people here, in this life alone, if we were just looking at people who have had remorse for what has been done by their leader, you don't see any of that.
Yeah.
So you have a leader who is not leading in that way, right? You will one thing, say, oh, they should not do this, they should not do this, but the evidences around you say that you commanded them to do that. So how do you then redress this? So if you're expecting presidential pardon, I want somebody who will come up and give us like, what does this look like?
Yeah.
What would he need to serve? Because I've never seen any presidential pardon where you no serve time. You go serve something. You must serve something. Then people will now start going to ask for that. If you're coming up and you have, you can lead us that way so that we don't keep circling around the same, ideas and stuff.
Yeah.
And also bingos. I noticed that, you're just, chop in the hair. Like I'm looking really beautiful today. So you people should come up on stage, okay? Don't be scared. I have promised my brother Kachi that I'm going to be my churchified self today. Okay? I'm church, but I'm a Jew. I'm a very peaceful nsonso. You can then nsonso. Look, see my halo. Nsonso. Don't be scared to come up. Those things that you believe in, because that thing that you are believing in can get you in trouble in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
I promise you prescribed. If you go and do any of the chakararam, even 10% of what Kanu did, and your own will be worse, because there will be no presidential pardon for you. They will forget you in Sokoto. So come up on stage if you have questions, if you have something you don't understand, ask us. Don't be shy. Learn something.
Absolutely.
So that we can be going forward. But the next guest, I really want to hear what they have to say about the topic.
All right, we're gonna bring our next guest here shortly. And just like Choma said, if there are any lawyers in the house, please feel free to request so that we can ask some questions and get more in-depth on. I don't know if in-depth not even the right word, because there's no way I can have an in-depth, because not just here, right? Well, now we go to school. Now we get in-depth understanding on the thing. But at least just give us insight. Insight
What's
would be
attainable?
what's attainable.
How does that work?
How does it work? And all that good stuff, right? So please feel free to request so we can hear your thoughts on that. And also let's like and share. Let's see. I think we're at let me see how many. We are 16K
16
likes
points.
right now.
Yeah.
Let's hit 20K likes, and then the next target would be 50K likes. In the meantime, let's keep liking and sharing. All right. And Choma, you said something, I forget, but I took a note here. I was going to say something about Nnamdi Kanu made himself a god, pretty much. And I don't know if you know, but that song, when they sing for Nnamdi Kanu, holy, 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 You know that song, right? You know that
He's
song.
another savior now.
That song was Nnamdi Kanu formed that song. That's the same song they used to sing for Ojukwu. Did you know?
Ojukwu now, yes.
Unbelievable. I found out
Yeah,
recently. I'm like,
it's demagoguery, but
it's
with Ojukwu,
unbelievable.
we can understand because like at that point he was the leader of a succeeded country. They have to boost morale.
Oh man,
holy, he's another savior.
Unbelievable.
Kachi,
Unbelievable.
do you know that if you're saying that you are in captivity, anything where you see go resemble savior to you now?
True. Absolutely. But we have Paparazzi. Paparazzi one, thank you for joining. Make we hear your thoughts on this one. If you want to unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, Kachi, good evening.
I greet you, my brother.
Oh, good evening. Kachi one, paparazzi one.
Yeah, thank you guys. And let me thank Barrister B. As usual, he comes and give us his clinical lectures.
Mm.
The big goals in previous saying otherwise that Justice Omotoso likes jurisdiction. But again, he's come to educate us to let us know it's demarcated into two, the conviction and the sentencing. So, yeah, I say thank you for that.
Yep.
There's nothing much to say. This was not expected because November 20th last year, when Justice Omotoso sentenced him on the Kingas platform on the jail, we did, I wouldn't say bounce off ideas, but we said the obvious. When none of the candidates were boasting they're going to appeal, and we said once they appeal, that the federal government will cross appeal and ask for the maximum. We said it. There's nothing to hide about it.
Mm.
These people are not smart. Honestly speaking, because we are trying to make Kanu larger than life. And I said, look, he's not the first Nigerian to be serving life in prison. Charles Orkan, the founder of Movement Emancipation of Nigeria at that time, is in Bruno doing life imprisonment.
Mm. He's still in prison?
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
Kabiru Sokoto too from Boko Haram is also serving life.
His younger brother Henry is in South Africa. But again, that's how it goes. Actually, let me just thank you guys and I appreciate all you do.
Appreciate you, Paparazzi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you
was
so
short
much.
and sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Make we bring Day the Chris. I see you've been in the chat in the queue for a minute, and make we bring Day the Chris.
Oh no, Kachi, no. You have to do win for my day.
Day the Chris and Day, sir. Welcome, sir.
I greet you. Good evening, Choma. Good evening.
Yep.
I love what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
And that's the way forward. A lot of things have gone wrong. Just last week, Justice Emeka Nwite, an Igbo man, sentenced some people to buy. You understand? So nobody comes out to start shouting this and that, all eyes on the judiciary. Just this evening, Emmanuel Carlo is posting all eyes on the judiciary. So you keep putting your eyes on this judiciary. You will not change anything. You had opportunity 4 or 5 years to prove your case. You said there was no case against you. But in 2017, you entered a plea where you said you were not guilty. So at a point, you disappeared. Coming back, you are going to prove that statement. Guilty or not guilty? I'm not guilty. Okay, come and tell us how you are not guilty. You said you have nothing to say. You go back and say, no case. Now you are appealing. What are you appealing? No case. The federal government on its own, like the lawyer said, is saying, yes, you did right thing by convicting him, but the punishment is not enough. Please add something. That is what they are saying. No matter what you add, you are not going to bring back the lives of Igbos. But one thing I keep saying is this: the reward system. That was part of what this last guy, is it Raymond or what, was saying. The reward system is bad. How did the people who do these things in the past get their reward?
Yeah.
Some of them are now in government, their families are in government.
Yeah.
Some of them are hotel owners and hostel owners in the East today.
AKA
Why would
Wazurike.
Nnamdi Kanu come?
Call his name, no they go from corner.
After Wazurike, he keeps bringing his ugly face back to the television to see how he can become relevant again on the blood of Ndibu. So, what is that thing that we discourage people from doing this? As sad and mad as it can sound, this, we are heading to jungle justice. When it will happen, we will not agree on it. Nobody will come and approve this. As a young child, I lived in a place called Ugunchara in Omaya. That place, na place where we say, me and you do something now, you go enter police. They will tell you where. You say Ugunchara. Police will tell you, I'm not coming. It was a dead zone. But something happened one day. It was, boys, oh yeah, boys, oh yeah. You hear from your room, everybody will come. They move from house to house. That was the cleaning up of that area. It happened in Aba. It happened in Owerri. During the 1990s, I was in Avanikoku College of Education when it happened in Owerri. It happened in Onitsha. This is where we are headed. If you know, frown your face, that Shinwe Igbo people, they call Achi, when you eat strong food, you know go fish it too. We are headed to that angle. This idea of there must be a suspension of this law. We will get to that point. The reward system is bad. That is why, let me tell you as we speak now, some people are still preaching around. He did not do it like this. He's supposed to do it like this. Kachi and Ichoma. When you go back, calculate from 1967 to date, how much have the Igbos invested, spent, lost on this cause called Biafra?
Yeah.
Yet we did not get it. How many lives have we lost in this Biafra? Yet we did not. The question here we should be asking ourselves is this: how much more do we need to spend, invest, or lost for us to get this Biafra?
Yeah.
Put a figure to it. Telling people we are looking for 10 billion to restore Biafra. We will go and start looking for this money. You said if we no lose life, we no go get freedom. We have lost over 4 million people from their own calculations. Now, if that is not enough to restore Biafra, tell us, put a figure to it, how many lives more now do we need to lose before we get Biafra? If we get this, we can now arrange money and arrange people to go and buy for us so that this Biafra will come. People who talk about pardon.
I know you're making a joke, but and it's funny, but we don't need any more lives to be lost. You know, I know that's a joke, but yeah.
Any more life, then we don't need Biafra.
Absolutely.
That is what it
Absolutely.
is.
Absolutely.
Those who are talking about pardon, are you going to pardon this man and give him Biafra? Or you are going to pardon him and tell him go and sin no more? What
And if you
about
pardon
people-
him, you have to pardon everybody else. So.
Yeah, what about the people in the bush?
Yeah.
Would they even be okay with pardon? That is the question. Because the governors are saying, please come and take amnesty. Stop here. For me as an Igbo man, I don't want the life of anybody. I want us to stop here. Let us make a U-turn. Let us face our lives. Let us make do with what is coming into a man in that meeting with Igbo World Conference in America. He asked a question. He said, why do we always dwell on what others are doing to us? Why can't we talk about what we are doing to ourselves? We have a lot of funds. Nobody among us today is talking about the Southeast Development Commission.
My
which is the
brother.
last, recent.
My brother,
It's
you don't come again with Mark Okoye. You don't, my brother.
That 5 billion now is wasting.
Oh,
Nobody's
pretty much gone at this point, though. Pretty much gone. My brother.
That one go use and go Kenya now, go knock woman.
Nobody is asking about it. Nobody's no accountability. You don't remind me. I go talk about
You
that.
guys are saying nobody's asking about it.
Yeah.
There are very few Igbo people who know about it. Very, very few Igbo people know about it. And that's one of the things I told Mark, and I wrote it as an op-ed, and I also told him privately. And I said, the main stakeholders of this are people of the Southeast. So they must understand what the commission is, not in theory or in an idea form of what it should be. But the average Igbo person in on Ali Igbo right now believe that they are being treated badly as slaves. But there is a 5 billion, and somebody can say, okay, 5 billion, I will get anything. But when you really think about it, it's from that 5 billion, you would then start to now expand into 10 billion.
If you the show working, people go invest, just like they said. Yep.
2 years don't work.
Now, 5 billion is nothing compared to the population of Ndibo. Yes.
It's something.
But how much did Mbappe use to start Imo Airport?
It's something.
Imo Airport, the slogan is no amount is too small for Imo Airport.
People were writing, my grandmother and everybody, they were donating.
By the time we see sign of 2.5 billion out of this,
we go donate naturally.
Igbos, those who are contributing money to our savior, can now channel this money to
that money to
The federal government will even see this is where this money is going. Those in diaspora, a lot of people will invest. So we have left the object to discuss the shadow. This is the problem. Those who believe in buying people should buy for us. Let us get this Biafra. So for this cross-examination, we know where it is going. If we say we don't know, we are all pretending.
Absolutely.
The federal government on its own is doing everything to see that this man is saying, okay, I am sorry. It will not happen again. But he has proved that he is Nnamdi Kanu, that nobody can jail him. For those of us operating in the South, he said, I am Nnamdi Kanu. Once I give instruction to that region, no idiot can talk. Who is that idiot? He has told us that we are all idiots from that region and we cannot talk. So let me stop here. Believing that those we are talking to will understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Dede Chris. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. You touched something where trigger me, that Mark Okoye matter, but we're not going to talk about it just like you said. Let's focus on the topic. That would be a whole different conversation for another day. But thank you, Dede Chris, again for joining. And yes, like you said, what is the amount? If you put a figure to it, we can start donating towards it to realize whatever it is, and we have channels like the Southeast Development Commission that these monies can be donated towards a legitimate government channel that we can start putting these monies towards. But unfortunately, nobody cares about stuff like that. Instead, holy, 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 they want to sing. But it's what it is, it's what it is. Make we bring Blessedom, Mama Sabo. This is the original Sabo from the best of my understanding.
Thank you, Chris.
To the best of my knowledge, this is the Mama of all Sabo. Thank you for joining.
Happy Sunday. Chama, I greet you. You're looking good, looking beautiful. I like this your cap. I have to be looking. I hope say no be this beret.
It's my Asian this thing now. Make I show you my whole outfits.
Wow, it's looking good. Wow, no.
That's all.
My Chinese.
That's all. Adaumu
Clock it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wanted to come in when our law was saying something that the option for Kanu would be that he would drop the agitation. I was thinking that was a wrong impression to give because it was actually not on the table. Because Gaiman was already saying he was not an IPOB member.
Maybe him get IPOB.
No, but he said it now. He already said he was not. He was already making his own claim that he was not even an IPOB member.
Nnamdi Kanu was making this claim.
Leader. He's not the IPOB leader.
I see.
He said he's not IPOB leader.
But also,
something he was making an argument there around that issue. Yeah. So this thing, like they said, he will have to drop the argument. He's kind of going into their usual argument. They gave him the vice president, he said no. They gave him 5 billion, he said no. Yeah, they gave him all the 5 Southeast states, he said no. And now they told him to drop the agitation, he said no. Like
he must come back with Biafra.
He It has never been on the table. I mean, I wish the law was here so that we can like make they bust their brain like that. Guy man, Kama is looking for a way out. You don't know what you na the talk. He said he's not the IPOB leader. We know follow. It's not even. He don't know what they go on for there. He no follow.
That's interesting because I mean this thing. Even Wazirike, I listened to a monologue by Wazirike recently where he shouted you out. Blessed on, by the way, he didn't shout you out. He didn't shout Ijele out. No, literally, we no shout out. But he,
No. Me and I'm not they go the same way. If he mentions me, fire.
But yeah.
So anyway, like I just wanted to have that out there,
But yeah, the point I was trying to make here is even Wazirike even said something in that line that he registered IPOB when he was bringing him into Radio Biafra. Him turn back, go register IPOB. So how can are you referring? Nana, is it Nnamdi Kanu that you're referring to here?
Yes, because he was supposed to.
No, that's how it happened.
That's how it happened. Yes.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying,
So
are you
normally,
when you say sorry, Mama
like,
Sabo, just give me 1 second, please, because
Okay.
I'm having a disconnect here, right? But obviously, I didn't follow the case, so I'm not very in depth in it, right? But you say Nnamdi Kanu was arguing that he's not a member or leader of the IPOB. This is common knowledge that he created the organization called IPOB. How can you dissociate yourself from an organization? Like, you're not making a joke, right? You're being serious when you say in the
No, we're not making a joke. He's trying to tie it back to the real truth, which is that it was Wazirike who had the idea of even bringing up Radio Biafra. He brought the money, he came from Masob. This guy was, in Masob with him. So he was supposed to be the, like the media guy, like the OAP of this new radio station. He gave him the money.
That's interesting. That's interesting to know. I did learn new thing every day.
What Wazirike is saying that the name Indigenous People of Biafra, that it was him that came up with it. So Nnamdi is the one who registered it as an LLC.
I see.
You see what I'm saying? So saying that the person will register him and on record, Nnamdi himself say, I am the leader of
IPOB.
Indigenous People of Biafra. In the talk, so him saying this is, of course, you're just trying to Simon Ekpa said he was a content creator. When Finland was trying to sentence him and they asked him, do you have anything to say?
But
he said he was a content creator. He was trying to deny those things just to make sure that, it seems...
I think you're making my point still. Nnamdi Kanu has on so many occasions said he is the leader of IPOB. So,
Yes.
but Mama Sabo is saying that he said he's not a leader or the member in court. Isn't like who is he telling? Like who is he telling that? Who is he telling that?
Wait, let me play a very short clip.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
No,
Wait,
you're not
let me
misunderstanding.
play.
We're saying the same
Let
thing.
me
It's just
play.
we're not joining it together well.
Let me play a short clip for you.
He vehemently denied being a member of IPOB. That is very curious, and we urge Nigerians to see us through how we are going to...
Unfreaking believable.
The defendant.
Yeah, so he vehemently denied being a member
To
of
be fair, it
IPOB.
was early on, no, it's not now. It was very early on when this case started. At that time, he was just grasping at straws. We know that even the federal government already had evidence that he was, by the virtue of them arresting him, by his own commission, omission, and every other thing. He utter with his mouth that he's the leader.
That's interesting.
But however,
Yeah, but this was after he was caught. Now that was
it was
in
after he was caught
2022.
instead,
Yeah,
just to see if it was
it's 2022. Guy, when Ozokome was trying to represent the guy, man said he's not a IPOB member.
Yeah.
Even when Nelly was doing it, he said their leader have already he denied them. Like he said he's not a member. Why I'm saying
And
this
that's why
is
all of
because-
them started using different names. This one is going by this one is
Yeah.
going by UBA because they were
Yeah.
trying to do culpable deniability. But the difference is that there is 10 years evidence of him admitting and saying that he formed ESN and then when they go into the records, they see that IPOB, the Indigenous People of Biafra, is registered as an LLC, a limited liability company in the UK, and it has his name on it as the original person. With Uche Mefo at some point, but then later on, he removed Uche Mefo and all that. So he was just trying to grasp at straws, but
Interesting.
it's not a solid defense that anybody was going to use anyway, because they already had the evidence.
Evidence, yeah.
And if you remember that Omotosho, when he was reading the stuff, he was saying where the evidence was gathered. Remember, there was a time they interviewed him when they first arrested him. So the utterances from that, because they were asking him questions as interview, like, are you the owner? Are you you are supposed to say yes or no. In can deny, say in nobiam. That's why Uchemefo brings it up. However, none of this takes away from the fact that Wazirike is trying to use it to chase clout, but he's also right, because it was his idea. It's just that somebody else who was more vocal, Kanu had already ran to the UK by that time. He had the charisma, and Wazirike didn't have the charisma to convert those diaspora people. So that's why Wazirike is trying to remind us, say, I'm here, but
very interesting.
Yeah, that's
and Mama Sabo, sorry for the digression now. Sorry for the digress there. But if you want to continue on that thought, and thanks for sharing, the thing just blew my mind a little bit, right? I'm like, how can you be denying something like this? Something where everybody know, like it's common knowledge. How are you denying this, right?
That one a long story now.
Wow.
That one a far back now. I don't think.
Unbelievable.
Anyway, I brought it up because when that guy was saying, make go be like, say, Okwechiri, to avoid any that. They might already define way out, but, agree. Anyway, I wanted to also talk about, like what Wazirike was also talking about. The thing is, Wazirike never downed his tools and said, I'm not doing it again. I've gotten to my bus stop or whatever, He was doing his thing in Nigeria. And he wanted it to get to the diaspora. So he founded Radio Biafra London and gave a microphone to Kanu, because of course you have to give it to him. He has the charisma, he can talk, yeah. So I was talking, before this time, Kanu was an ABGA politician. Kanu is a Nigerian politician. He wanted to be a councillor or House of Rep member under ABGA, but he failed. So he still a para for them for that one. So he's a typical Nigerian politician. So now he have this microphone, and he was doing without Radio Biafra. There was doing some kind of Igbo cultural re-education, that kind of a thing. That's the endearment at the beginning. Talking about Igbo people, Igbo culture, that kind of Igbo way of life. All the things Igbo, that kind of a thing. So of course it's a magnet for Igbo diaspora. Who
now
saw
so catch also
and who saw something to kind of reconnect with home, right? So the guy was doing his thing until one politician, I'm not going to name names now came
I'll name it in
it was an ABGA politician came and brought money. Guy man Abaka say, what are you kidding me? Now they do for a year, and there was no going back. And that microphone.
I'm gonna give you guys a hint. That person is a godfather of one of his kids. Okay. So you can go and Google it.
The guy man say, so
the money plenty.
And by that time, Wazirike, he was doing this something, and they were looking for him also because, of course, it was contradictory to the Nigerian government and all those things. So they were
P2B was looking for him. Say it specifically. P2B showing them water in Onitsha. Because they were moving mad and they were trying to make P2B look bad. P2B gave them order. It's a shoot on sight.
And that time P2B was going after all the hoodlums and all those things. And how this thing works. It's like the most disenfranchised in the society always key into this salvation call or salvation message. So they are the ones on the street. They are also the ones. They are the one at the bus stops. They are the Agberu or whatever you want to call them. They are also the one hoping for salvation through Biafra. So when he went after all these hoodlums, it happened. It kind of coexisted. That it happened that they were also the casualties. So that's actually how this sit at home came into Fox, because they were trying to avoid confrontation with the Nigerian law enforcement agents, because whenever there was a confrontation, there were casualties, you know. So to avoid that confrontation, that's how he even brought in this sit at home, just stay at home, so that that confrontation will not happen, right? So that's by the way. Anyway, so back to London story. So when the whole thing happened, the guy don't see money now. So he now, you know, he now started kind of backbiting Uwazurike, talking tough. You know, Uwazurike was not so tough. He was saying he's going to give them action. They're not going to sit at home, sit in the market, sit in the bedroom, whatever. He's going to give it tough, you know? And it was like, Uwazurike is corrupt, building hotel, building this, but he's going to do it the right way. He's exploiting the unemployed and the people who were jobless. People should stop allowing their children to associate with him, you know, on that kind of way. And it was like, they are actually going to take him out, buy him, or he will go and exile. There is no mercy. Like that's he went on rampage on this guy for long, that to the point that they were asking me, guy, it's enough now. Let go of this thing. Let's continue. He said, no, they cannot let it go. So he stayed on that Uwazurike for a while, you know, to dissipate him to that maximum. So and he gave out, I don't know, allegedly, they said allegedly, he gave out his details that made the government to apprehend him when he got back to Nigeria. So by the time he was incarcerated, so, you know, the coast was clear. So that's how he went to register his private business, you know. And, you know, the rest is history. Yeah. So, Gaiman, yeah, anyway, Gaiman found his own personal Yahoo and he paid, unfortunately, now, at the cost of so many lives, you know.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So, like everybody was saying, the reward system, like our brother Chris said, I agree with him 100%. And my own problem with all of this is I feel like, you know, in as much as Kanu have done everything he has done, and yeah, he's been convicted and all that, I feel like something is missing because he didn't act alone.
So you're saying there are like people like Uche Mefo maybe?
Alone. Huh?
You're saying people like Uche Mefo maybe?
I don't know, like, you know, he was instigating, but he had men on ground. He had a coordinator. He had enabler. He had financiers. What about them?
But usually they are focusing on the top. You know, like even in law, they usually use the people at the bottom. They didn't catch the people at the bottom. They caught the main guy.
Yep.
So with the main guy, him giving them the people at the bottom is not as important as them neutralizing the person at the top. Like,
yeah, I get it.
Use this other guy, Angel Makeup them, and that's their crew. Shebi, their village people are paying them money for protection. They are terrorists and they are roaming in the southeast. They should be sharing, you know, a suite with the person who sends them, but they are not.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because, like, I mean, once Kanu has been convicted, you know, you have that, you know. And you have that in the box, so you check the other boxes also. But staying on that very box, I don't know, like, it's a little bit, I don't know what to make out of this, you know.
What box are you? What other box are you referring to?
He didn't act alone, so.
Yeah, but which specific people are you referring to? Like the people who financed it and all that? Is all?
You mean all these like DOS?
They are all like the people he used.
Or like all these DOS, all his
the people, yeah.
Well, Simon Ekpa is caught.
Yeah, he's caught.
The Nigerian military fumbled Gentle.
Simon Ekpa came later, actually.
They came later, yes.
And I think some of them are being very smart.
Also in the diaspora, like Simon Ekpa.
Yeah, someone like Methuselah now.
Henchmen.
Yeah, someone like Methuselah now, who's also vocal about his release and Biafra and all that.
Just a media person.
But that, again, I'm trying to get you. You've mentioned this. You've said this. You're you're being a little bit cryptic when you're not mentioning. You're saying other people are involved, but you're not necessarily mentioning names. So I'm just mentioning random names to see which one will stick for you.
I don't know why why they want to stay in one on this like this long, right? Because this thing is still ongoing, obviously, and we are seeing the whole thing evolving, even with Kanu being incarcerated. We are still seeing hits being taken, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I see what you're saying still, but
like last week Sunday, two
Because they might be working
policemen
on
and
this.
somebody
Maybe we'll just ask
Soludo's
them, I
convoy, Soludo's chief of staff convoy was under
Shot at,
attack,
yes.
and a lot of at least 3 people lost their life. Now, so yeah,
I mean, I don't think there's anything like it's. I don't think it's extraordinary. Like it's just what I think. It's just what it is. You know, you hold their leader. Obviously, yes, there are people who work with him. Like God is gentle to Yahoo. He's still at large. You know, from my understanding, he's still at large. You know, so people like that, the federal government could track him and find him and prosecute him as well.
What is stopping them?
That one, that's a good question. You know, that's a good question. But Mama Sabo, we're gonna need to move forward. If you have any final thoughts, so that we can move forward.
No, like it's still open. Like I'm still thinking about it. I mean, like yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining. No problem. Thank you for joining. All right, make we bring our next guest here, Emma King. Make we bring, and I see some people in the chat saying, "Can I ask you a question?" We don't want you to ask questions. We want you to tell us, not question. If you're open to questions, Choma, go for it. But me, I know.
No, questions is fine.
Okay.
So like our ancestors said.
Okay.
So come up and ask.
Okay,
and ask.
me,
No,
I know.
Don't ask in the gulag now. Come up.
Okay, Choma say me, you can't ask her. Me, I don't get any answer for your question. Now, insights, now I want here. Like, Barrister Obi came up here and gave us a lot of insights into the case, explaining cross appeal and all that good stuff, that we're dealing with, right, in the case, right? So that's what I'm open to here, insights. But as far as question, no ask me any question, ask Choma. But anyway, Emma King, thank you for joining. Let us hear your thoughts on the topic.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I think, for me personally, I think Nnamdi Kanu incarceration is not justifiable. I think that anyone that justifying has no truth in them, trust me. Because as far as I'm concerned, you cannot break the law to save the law. Nigerian government broke the law in the first place.
Okay.
It should not be in the prison now. And the reason why they succeeded, the reason why international community kept quiet is because they are happy with the situation of Nigeria. A lot of people don't want Nigeria to improve.
All right. Do you know why Nnamdi Kanu was? Do you know why Nnamdi Kanu is in prison in the first place? Do you know why he's facing life right now in the first place?
He shouldn't be.
I'm asking. Hear me out now. I'll answer the question. Do you know why? Is yes or no? If you don't know, Choma go help us tell you, or me, I go tell you this more why I know. Do you know why he's in prison?
I know the reason why he's there.
All right. Do you know the charges? Let me be more specific. Do you know the
He's been accused of terrorism.
No, 1 second. Okay, that's one. But it's incitement. That's the main charge there. No, so if you understand the meaning of incitement, did he do it or did he not do it?
But that's not the case. You cannot break the law to save the law.
Hey, Mr. Man.
You cannot break the law. The federal government they've broken the law already.
Mr. Man.
They were allowed to do that.
We asked you
Emma King, you need to pause if the cause is talking. You need to pause.
We asked you a very specific question. Okay? First of all, it wasn't one charge, it was 7 charges. Okay? Do you know what those charges are?
It doesn't really matter to me.
Oh, it should matter to you because that's
it doesn't.
If it doesn't matter to you, then why are you here talking about it then? Why are you here?
I'm here to tell you that.
All right.
You can. I don't care what you're here to tell me.
Yeah,
all right, Choma, we're going to waste our time with that. Yeah, sorry, it's going to be a waste of time. But you can go ahead on that thought, Choma. Go ahead, please, Choma.
And this is my Kachi, my brother. Do you remember before when we were doing our banter in the early times, and I said that my challenge is these ones that left Nigeria after their frontal lobes developed.
Yep.
And this is one of those reasons. The reason why is because you see how somebody's saying to you, like, it doesn't matter. Like, if he commits a crime in the country that he is in right now, he will not say it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like the facts, the only facts that matter in this case is, do you know what? I can guarantee you that 99% of IPOP supporters do not know what those charges are. They think it doesn't matter. And it matters because Nigeria has proscribed IPOP as a terrorist organization. The rest of the world doesn't need to affirm that because Nigeria operates under the supreme law of Nigeria as a sovereign nation. If you don't know that, that is a problem for you and your brain.
Yep. And when he says it doesn't matter, why are you here?
It doesn't matter. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, if facts don't matter and truth doesn't matter and the facts of the case itself, forget even facts of, because there can be facts, but they're not relevant to the case. I no now, moto ebusele gi na junction. Kina say does not matter that you are at the junction. Kese no. What should then matter in this case? Kina say your opinion. Like who your opinion help? Is your opinion even helping Kanu? In fact, Kanu is a bitch ass nigger for having bitch ass niggers as followers because you people don't have sense. Let me address you right now. You people make shit worse for this guy because he has the ego of a toddler. And you guys who say it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Because if you guys were like being honest with yourself, we'll be drawn and make all those things. You would have been, oh God, just open your defense, even if you stoop to conquer. He said, no. I get Buddhist. You people forget that Mr. Abiola was charged with treason. The world did not fall. You guys act as if there has not been precedents of people being tried for treason in this country. So please keep that in your mind. If you are saying that facts don't matter, it means that you're saying that the victims who died as a result of those convictions, those crimes he committed, you're saying that the crimes don't matter because you cannot use the law to break the law. That one, who told you that?
Absolutely. And Choma, just 1 second here, please. TikTok is coding us on the language. So,
is it?
Yeah, it's coding us on the language.
Okay.
Yeah. So please, let's tone the language down.
I'm gonna just use PG-13.
Yeah.
And this is my first one. TikTok, you people should just calm down for me. I've been calm today. But the reason why this matters, and even forget these ones that have internet. Kachi, can you imagine somebody in a village somewhere that the only place that they got their news was from Radio Biafra?
Yeah.
You see, I can't hear this person now. It's because the international community cares that Nigeria is not working.
Yeah.
What did you think? What did you think allies are? Allies exist next to a country because they want to benefit. It's about interest.
Yep.
So are you telling us something we don't already know? Clearly, every ally, were you expecting any other ally
just
to
mute
come
yourself.
and
We're going
free
to hear you. Mute yourself. We just brought you up.
It's not possible. Kanu waited till he had a red passport. What he didn't know is that once you have a T charge, let me tell you why our people are disingenuous and hypocrites. A Yoruba man was convicted in the UK. Adenesin something grandson.
Adekunle, right? I think, yeah.
Yes, that guy.
He
was sentenced to 6 years. Do you know why it was 6 years?
Maybe because he was a citizen, maybe.
No. It was because you're just like I don't want to, I'm coding the language in Igbo so that they were here.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't even going, and they gave him 6 years. But the most important was that the people he was saying those things to are not British. Just the same thing that happened in Finland.
Yeah.
They charged him they got him on, they got him on pretty much all those charges.
Yep.
But because his victims were not finished, the law can only give that 6 years. And that was where Kanu learned the jurisdiction. Because for the first couple of years when his case started, he wasn't mentioning jurisdiction. That's why he kept saying, it's not that I didn't commit the crime, but I committed it in the UK.
Okay.
And his followers keep repeating that. And then the federal government allow you to keep repeating that because they know for sure that it will make you not open your defense. Then they cover their own asses, begging you. They will keep, postponing the case. All of these things are for people who are not allergic to facts. Because even if you wanted to help Kanu and support him, knowing the facts help you support him better.
Yep.
Because you will know what he's facing to know how to even defend him, even if he's in public. Because if people don't have any Shimbai power, if you don't like it, go to Sokoto.
Absolutely.
Mr.
Absolutely.
Stephen, welcome.
Yeah, Stephen, before you go ahead, before you unmute yourself, I had to drop him, and Eweliwe Choma, I had to drop him because the conversation wasn't going to go anywhere. What's his name? Emma King. If someone is coming up and telling you that he doesn't care about the facts, how do you think you can proceed? How do you think you can have a conversation with that person, right? So there was no point of me just having him there. He has clearly told us the fact doesn't matter. So what are we doing? We have to drop him and bring people that at least facts matter to them, so that we can have conversations. Hopefully.
We don't know.
Anyway, Mr. Steven, if you want to unmute yourself, please let us hear your thoughts on the topic. And thank you for joining. Mr. Steven, are you there?
You're on mute.
If you want to unmute yourself, please, Mr. Steven.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes. What do you think about the topic?
Okay, sir. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello. Okay. Well, it's my, I'm not usual in TikTok, but I carefully listen all the conversation, and I have to be very sincere. Before I go ahead, I am going to say certain things that might provoke you, but I have to say the truth.
Okay, before no problem. We appreciate you telling us the truth, but keep it to the topic. That's all we want. That's what we care about. As long as it's the truth as well. Let's hear it.
Okay, you see, what I want to say is this. When Nnamdi Kanu started this struggle, I think 2015, it started with a very peaceful protest. And what he was demanding was referendum, just referendum. And they started killing his people. And just wait, he was only demanding for referendum, and they started killing his people. Just killing.
Make I ask you a question, right? You have a doctor. You have a doctor. I'm guessing you have a doctor you go see, right?
I have a traditional doctor. I don't have a doctor.
Okay, you have a traditional doctor. Let's use the traditional doctor. So you have a traditional doctor that always, diagnose or whatever, right? Your ailments and all that stuff. This person, they always diagnose correctly for you, right? And they always tell you, say, headache is this one. That one is coming. Because of headache, this one, drink water, do this. He's telling you good things. And then that doctor now is also going to, I don't want to use a wrong word, but that doctor, they always also hurt your
They give you wrong prescription.
Wrong prescription.
Stop your hearts.
So would you say because that doctor, they give me good one, make I just they follow him still? Or would you find another native doctor?
Wait, sir, what do you mean by wrong petition? Which Nnamdi Kanu was asking for a referendum? Is it a wrong petition? I don't understand where you're heading to.
So, Mr. Stephen,
yes.
Kachi has the tolerance for whatever it is that we're about to do, but
I really don't. The trauma for this one, I really don't.
Mr. Stephen, calm down, okay? I have time. I got time. So, Aurona Igara Nanke.
Make I go refill my water.
I'm not here for
mute your mic again. Okay, mute your mic again. Mute your mic again. What can I give pushing give like are we mates? Iga ka mmadụ nye gị mgbọrọgwụ ya na-enye gị mgbọrọgwụ ọzọ n'azụ. That's mgbọrọgwụ gị ọ ga-stop obi gị ga-anwụ. Ị ga-asị na because mgbe ị gara na the native doctor the first time na ọ gwara gị sị na ị nwekwara malaria, ị nwekwara typhoid, but ihe ọ nọ na-enye gị ihe ga-egbu gị. What he's asking you in English is, would you stay with that native doctor? Ị ga-asị mba, this dibia isi adịghị ya mma, ọ nwere ike igbu ka nga chọta another person, ọ ihe ọ na-ajụ gị.
What do you mean by that question you're asking?
You don't understand English, you don't understand Igbo. What is the problem?
I understood what she said.
Then why are you asking what she means again?
Are you saying that for Nnamdi Kanu asking for a referendum was
Stephen. So because, you know, the part of communication is being able to tailor it to the audience. So I'm going to speak very, very low level to you now. And this is not disrespectful.
I don't understand.
If you care about, you don't understand anything. So make sure no konye me understand the kujere nige na.
You are please don't insult me.
Mr. Stephen.
Hold it.
Mr. Stephen.
Because I know you are not.
Jehovah, can you make sure no ge like we're all no make sure time just Judea mju chagi joke.
You say you don't understand. She want to explain. You say
you say you don't understand.
Right?
Are we gonna be talking over them ourselves?
No.
I'm from co-host to here. Don't let this crown. Let me put this crown now.
Why your kwa?
Now, it's like you don't understand why we're asking you the question.
Yep.
In terms of timelines, by 2015 that you're talking about, Kanu was not asking for referendum. How do I know that? Because Kanu was in the United States at an event, Igbo World Congress in 2015. This is before his first arrest. Do you know what he was doing at that event? He was asking for arms. He was not asking for referendum. And you don't ask for referendum on a radio station. A referendum has processes. It means that each referendum. He was asking for referendum is a fallacy. Means that all wash means is a lie. Foul. Because by 2015, if you were alive then and you were an adult then and you had internet then, and I'm hoping you had connection to the internet, you can even go on Google now if you say that I'm lying and you type Nnamdi Igbo World Congress. It is dated from 2015. It was at that event that all those Igbo people in this diaspora, particularly this US that I'm in, we're asking him specific questions about for the Igbo non-speakers. I'm going to code it because all these things are going to give me strikes on the things that you used to fight. He was asking and soliciting for funds. In fact, there was a particular wise woman who asked him, what about if you're doing this thing and you get caught? He said he wasn't Nnamdi Kanu and nobody can arrest him. So if you're going to be on this stage, number one, you have to have the information so that you can understand what it is that is coming out of your mouth. 2015, he was not asking for referendum. And even if he was, the mechanism to ask for referendum is not the process he used. The process he used was to come to this same America that I'm in, to tell the non-American how they go, Ageji Lusol Nigeria. If you don't know that, you are not qualified for this conversation. Have I made myself clear?
If you want to unmute yourself, Mr. Stephen, again, if you say you don't know something, you admitted, nobody say she forced him out of your mouth. You admitted that you don't understand, that she's explaining it to you. The respectful thing to do is to close your mouth, make she explain and give you. Close your mouth is not an insult. It's saying
it's not an insult.
Close your mouth. Make sure no close mouth, make the person tell you. If you want to unmute yourself, please, so that we can have the conversation. That's if you're still interested in having the conversation.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, madam, first and foremost, I started following Nnamdi Kanu in 2017.
All right, before you tell us when you started following Nnamdi Kanu, did you understand what she said, though?
Wait. No, wait.
If you started following somebody in 2017,
I'm coming now.
If you started in 2017, hold on, because
you are interrupting me.
She can, though. She can, though.
You are interrupting me, madam. You are interrupting me. Let me. I listened to you. I was silent and listened to you.
It doesn't matter if you are silent and listen to her. Here is the thing: you have to at least acknowledge what she talk first before you start telling us your background within Nnamdi Kanu. You understand what she talk because you made a statement that Nnamdi Kanu was only asking for referendum. She has explained to you,
which is why I gave you.
She has explained to you, it's giving you a timeline.
There in 2015. So
yeah.
How do you know that you're talking about? By your own admission, you started following him when he was already incarcerated. He was arrested the first time in 2015.
Allow me to land.
Where are you landing
allow
to?
me to land.
All right.
Land.
Listen,
Land.
allow me to land. I pay
Land.
attention, I listen to you, and allow me to talk.
Mr.
Land.
Steven,
Allow me to
Mr.
talk, man.
Steven,
Allow me to talk.
you lack the basic
Yes.
you lack the basic concept of communication. You don't understand what how communication
you
goes.
interrupted me because you don't want me to talk the truth. You were saying something, and you
Choma, do you want to
force
continue with this?
me to agree what you are saying.
Leave
You
it,
don't
leave it,
allow me
let
to
it.
talk now.
Okay. Okay,
Just
go ahead.
Don't say anything to him.
Go ahead,
Allow me
Mr.
to
Steven.
talk now.
Go ahead.
You are forcing me to agree what you are saying.
Shut up and talk.
Thank you very
Talk.
much. Yeah, allow me to talk. Listen. Okay. First and foremost, I don't agree what you are saying. One. Number two, I told you that I started following Nnamdi Kanu in 2017. Now, in 2015, I know quite all right he was asking for arms. Yes. And the reason why, why he was asking for arms, everything Nnamdi Kanu said is almost 80% are all fulfilled. Look at, he even warned Yorubas about the Fulani are coming to Yoruba land. And what is happening to your state, he have warned them already. Even by what we are saying.
Well, the
even,
people that they caught in Oyo
Tinubu-
are not Fulani. So what are you talking about? The people that were buying
this is-
people in also. Hold on one second. Hold on. Mr. Steven.
Why are they asking for Sharia?
Mr.
Implementation
Steven,
of Sharia law in
let me ask you a question. This is an effort in
Please
futility.
allow me to talk. You are interrupting
No, I'm
me,
not
madam.
Mr. Steven, this is
You
not a
said
page
you
where we allow people to talk. You came on the show because we want to have a conversation with you.
Hold on one second, Kachi. How much did you talk on Radio Biafra? When Kanu is speaking, don't you stay quiet? Be quiet, Mr. Steven. Because make sure
me.
Mr. Steven, I am interrupting you. Make sure no get there. What do you think? Would you be quiet? If you are talking about a timeline and you started following somebody when he was already incarcerated, it means that you do not have enough information. And this is the arrogance of ignorance.
Madam, listen.
Mr. Steven, please don't unmute yourself again.
Come on, move this bingo from here.
All right. I think you don't tire.
What is this one talking
I think you don't tire.
80% of what you talked about was true. In also,
Choma, you don't tire.
Is it because of what is? That should tell you how idiotic these people are.
You don't tire.
Hold on one second. Also, Lilu, Mbitolu, Owuhunde Fulani Keburu. It wasn't Yoruba people. We are talking about the thing that person committed. You're saying 80%, but you admitted that you started following you in 2017. So what do you even know? You don't know 5 years before that. You don't know 2 years before that. Shebi was on this stage. He said he was asking for referendum.
Contradicting himself. Still later came back to say, I know he was asking for arms.
You now admit, okay.
I know he was asking for arms. Contradicting himself. Say, I know that he was asking for arms. Now you say he was only asking for referendum. Now you still say, yeah, I know he was asking for arms. Can you imagine?
We have to experience the depth or lack thereof of bingoism for people to know that these warnings that I have been shouting, now, in 20 years, he will tell his grandchildren that the voice of Kanu is AI. Because that's what Nigerians do now. HDR is something. They say, oh, it's AI, it's AI. Something all of us witness now. They will say also did not happen. That also is not even an Igbo town. That maybe Yoruba people or Fulani people created one town and they put it AI and they... That change your DBL because
he definitely needs to change that DBL.
As an omenala person and ordinary person where I be, make I even come down in level.
You still say you don't understand. You still say you don't understand. Like what? At that point, I'm like, let's drop him. You say no. I say no problem now.
Because if we don't keep some of them long enough, these people convince themselves, right, that actually, but they don't. I mean, come on, like if Kanu just scammed people and nobody died.
Yeah, it's a whole different conversation. Yeah, Yeah.
It will just be about scam. EFCC go do what in the feed do. Criminal law will take its course. But
Yeah.
there are consequences to us not allowing them to. Like I say, let me land. Where are you landing? You don't carry us go where we don't know.
Choma, there are some
Mr.
of them.
Anambra TV, welcome.
Yeah, there are some of the Anambra TV. Before we get to you, there are some of them that I like. Da King Sam, you know Da King Sam. He's respectful, at least. He can hold conversations.
Oh, yeah, he comes to the, and when he doesn't know, he say he don't know.
You don't know why we have conversations. There are some of them you can hold for long, but people like this that say facts don't matter. That they just hold on, let me talk, You can't make anything out of that. You're just going to get yourself riled up, give yourself a headache. You know. So there's no point, in my opinion. But if you say I should leave them, I leave them for you. I come on, buddy.
So that people in the gulag sometimes, Kachi,
yeah.
You see this guy where they talk this thing. Said you get people where they this where they agree with them. So that they can hear how it sounds when they talk out. There's something that is making us react. It's not just because you're a bingo. It's because, like you said, you use the perfect example. There are people where that they defend this thing, maybe in their deepest hearts.
Yeah.
Like that guy you mentioned now.
Yeah.
If he really believes, say, they do anything bad. Because when you call him on, you get place where you go by your head. You go tell you say,
I know Sabi that one. Make I go check.
I know Sabi. But this guy, they tell us about 2017. 2017 when they don't already arrest the person, charge them the first time.
You can't make anything out of that. I definitely love to have conversations with people who are Biafra supporters, but you have to understand how to communicate on a basic level first before we go from there. But anyway,
because I be woman now,
Choma, no be because you be woman. Choma, make I tell you, Anya Anambra na woman. Okay.
I'm messing with you.
Okay. These people, as long as you disagree with them, whether you be man or woman, they go to insult you up and down. But if you agree with them, they get the ones, then they call me. Then they call me Fulani.
Kachi top 3.
No, then they call me Ashawo, but then they call me Fulani now.
Why are they marginalizing?
They are marginalizing male Ashawo. I can agree to that. But then they call me Fulani.
Okay. It's just a light interlude.
Absolutely. And thank you for making the place warm a little bit. I appreciate that. All right, Anambra TV, make we hear your thoughts. If you want to unmute yourself, make we hear your thoughts on this one.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
We can hear you, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
What do you think about the topic?
First of all, I want to appreciate you for the mic.
Thank you. Thank you for joining.
Appreciate you for the mic.
Yep.
So, on the topic, FG clause appeal is a good thing. First of all, I have to admit that I'm not happy with Justice Omotosho. First of all, he went to the law court, went to the court and was reading Bible for someone who has spied over 30,000 Ndibu. Before he spied them, he did not give them 2 minutes to explain themselves or even answer, who are you? Because in the court, they will even ask him, who are you? He will say, I'm Nnamdi Kanu. But he did not even give them time to even have conversation. He did not tell them to court. And again, if you look at it, you know that sentencing Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment is not a justice for we, the victims of Nnamdi Kanu.
Absolutely.
So I think this, what the federal government is about doing now, is the best thing. Bring back the case and sentence him as he should be. If you are going to change the Justice Omotosho, change him and bring out somebody who is a Muslim.
That Emeka, you get one Emeka Nwite or something like that, where give person something. Make them bring that Emeka Nwite guy.
They're not going to bring him.
They decrease.
In terms of fairness, they're not going to make a hand. Because say that Justice Emeka don't sentence Boko Haram people before. That guy wouldn't give 25. If you remember the guy that that took a plea bargain.
Yeah.
And they gave him 25 years. It was so
I see.
It would seem somehow because now it will be Igbo judge. And,
I see. That makes sense.
They try balance them somehow.
Absolutely. And Anambra TV, sorry, I forgot. If you want to just give us a name, one first name, so that we'll address you correctly, please. Just one name. If you want to unmute yourself, you're muted again.
You said that I should do what?
Just give us your first name so that we'll go address you well instead of the Anambra TV. Just give us a name so that we'll go move forward. There's a question I want to ask you, but just give us a name so we'll go use address you. Is your name Kachi? Henry. All right. Henry. Mr. Henry. So the question I want to ask you is, you said we the victims.
You can call me Henry.
Absolutely. I heard that. Thank you for sharing that. So Mr. Henry, you mentioned earlier, you said we the victims, that it's not a good judgment for we the victims. I understand that Ndibo, all of us, we are victims of Nnamdi Kanu. But when you said that, were you being personal, like yourself? Like, are you a victim of Nnamdi Kanu?
Yeah, I'm a first-time victim of Nnamdi Kanu. First of all, from my maternal home. Second, from my paternal home.
Okay.
I'm from Anambra State.
Okay.
And they kidnapped my uncle, who came from Brazil. They locked him up for over a month. No food, no water.
And when you said they, you're referring to the ESN people, right?
They still wanted to kill him.
Who is the they? Who's they that you mean?
Yes, because they would the ESN now.
Oh, ESN. Okay.
ESN. The Nnamdi Kanu boys.
Okay.
So he was just so lucky that he came out alive. Because even after the money, they still wanted to, do it with him. But thank God. Then in my maternal home, they buried my uncle there.
I'm so sorry for your loss, man. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Sorry for your loss.
So we are victims of Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah.
No justice for us, and you want us to forgive. Forgive what exactly? Is he more important than my uncle? Is he more important than the 7 months pregnant woman that they buy with the baby inside her womb?
Yeah.
Is he more important than Dr. Chike Akunyi?
And they were videoing that stuff.
Is he more important than many people who have gone because of him? He is a nobody. He's a nobody. He's a nobody.
Yeah.
Dr. Chike Akunyi have saved more lives, thousands of lives.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Man, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Dr. Chike Akunyi have saved more lives, but it took them just a minute. But it's fine. So what I'm saying is this. The only justice that we want to hear is that this guy is going to buy, as the law says. Yeah. We don't want someone who will go there to study the Bible or Quran.
Yeah.
They let justice take its course. That's how it should be.
Yeah. Man, I'm so sorry for your loss, man. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Sorry for your loss, Mr. Anambra TV. Henry, sorry for your loss. These stories, every time you hear it, no matter how many of them you hear, whether the people that, they were lucky enough that their family members were released after paying ransom, but some were not so lucky. So whenever you hear it, no matter how many, and think about the ones we know here. We have somebody like Henry, we have a couple more people who have spoken about their own experience at length. And you have to ask yourself why even the people in this room who are busy now trying to respond to me, respond to you, like, why does this type of stuff not matter to you?
Yeah.
That a victim, that it happened to their family member, is telling you how this pain has caused them to feel this way. Like, even because I've seen you in different rooms, your voice is usually up, even your voice is low because of, I'm sure you're having some sort of reaction to that.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine like hearing that. We have been on a stage one time. This guy told us about what they did to his dad, then what they did to his brother, that his brother's head was the one that we saw in that video where they used to do that. Do you know what the people in the Gulag were saying to us? They were saying, like, this is what they were telling. So the man was saying that why he was heartbroken was that the person he called to help them out, because there's a place that they will take your family member, go come back. This is in also.
Yeah.
So this man is coming and telling us, their own experience of how when they found out that those,
Right.
ESM boys have carried him and they took him to a particular place. So they started calling, some of their contacts that they know. Even the person that, do you know what soak away is? That thing that Nigerians call soak away, like, that septic tank thing. Like the person who told them that nothing could be done was the person who dug. They call him Engineer Mike. He was one of the most violent ones. This person ate in their house, and the time he begged him for them to free his brother, and he told us, do you remember that man that was wearing a red shirt? And he was saying, I just busted out crying, because I just, like, we were having a normal conversation, just laughter, chill, but because I remember seeing that video. I remember the man saying, like, like, how, like, he posted the video on their WhatsApp group. Like they used the man's phone to put the video on the man's WhatsApp story so that his family will see it. So this man came on the stage, talked about it, just like Mr. Henry now talked about it. Ask yourself the type of people we have become. And I'm not saying, yes, come here and be a feeling, be American. No, I'm not saying become human. No, you can become a bingo if you want to. But think about what that means. It means that in our sinner, not negim or nagim or uncle or one negim okay, that person you love so much, you don't even want the federal government to buy your leader. But you think that it's okay that they kidnapped Mr. Henry's uncle and almost spied him. And all of the other victims, that's what makes you evil, and that's why you will be a bingo forever. Because even human beings at some point, when they go to sleep, they should be able to think, say, this place where will they go? This thing I know, if the mama no dead there, the papa go dead there. What that means is that if every victim is talking about the same thing, why do you have a hard time trying to go back to that reality? Why do you want us to fast forward it like it didn't happen? So sorry, Mr. Henry, but I'm also, you lost your uncle, but at least one of your other uncles, you guys were able to, have him back. And unfortunately, it's going to take a generation for us to get through it.
Sadly. Man, when it was a little bit gruesome or graphic, a little bit too graphic for me when you explain the thing. But yeah, if you want to conclude, yeah.
No, sorry, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Henry.
Mr. Henry, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. You're muted.
Can you hear me, Kakai?
We can hear you now, yeah. Go ahead, yeah. We can hear you.
Let me just conclude. Yeah. So, my uncle that they nearly died, that they told him to tell us, to tell the people that it was Fulani that kidnapped him. That was what they told him. Meanwhile, in their camp, they were speaking in Igbo language. You see the Biafran useless flag there. He told them, tell the people out there that it was the Fulani that kidnapped you. End of the day, he came inside and told us the truth, that this were ESM.
Yeah.
Now, Nnamdi Kanu is in jail. In that same jail, he is still mobilizing 100 men. This is a man without remorse. A man without remorse. He did not feel bad for all he has done. No pain. This guy is a devil. This guy is a devil. He don't deserve to live the next day. No remorse at all. He's still mobilizing 100 men.
100, yeah, he has a group called 100 men. Yes, that's true. I forgot about that, sir. Sorry, Mr. Henry.
Mr. Henry, I'm so sorry for your loss, man.
For Nnamdi Kanu to see tomorrow that is Monday. For Nnamdi Kanu to see tomorrow that is Monday is even dangerous to us in Southeast.
Yeah,
sadly. You don't deserve to live a day.
Sadly. And thank you, Mr. Henry, man. And this is how the thousands and thousands and thousands of people who have been impacted, the victims, the actual victims. Like I said, even the Igbo, we are impacted at large, in terms of economy, anyhow you want to think, and we're impacted by this Biafra, especially Nnamdi Kanu own side of Biafra, because it's in recent times, right? But he's an actual victim, so he can talk about it. Same thing, Mr. Legacy TV. He's always here. He might be here today as well. He said the same thing when they kidnapped him. They held him there and started speaking fake Igbo Fulani. This is their fake Fulani. And then he started telling them, they hear which one they talk. Then they started speaking Igbo to him, because he don't catch them, So it's the same thing. When they do something, they go, boy, for inside bush, then go run out, come say, who do that, boy? It's sad. It's sad. It's a shame.
Kachi, the thing is, there's actually real videos of Angel the Maker is on a voice note with Gento the Yahoo.
Yeah.
And he's instructing him specifically on how to do that. The people that speak like them.
Yeah.
Then that's when they started. This is around the time of this other incident I'm telling you. So this is around that 2022, 23, when they were like at their peak. That's the time when they started trying to tie their face. But there's one thing that people don't understand about accents, and there's somebody who minored in linguistics. The thing with accents is like Igbo people have a kind of thing where they can mask and speak other languages really well if they were born there. They're really, really good at it because speaking Igbo is very tonal. So if you see somebody born in Sokoto, for example, they can speak Hausa like a Hausa person. But the flip side is not the case. If somebody learns a language after, because by age 14, that's why if you move after a certain age and you change your accent, the accent is not on a she. That's why, because your brain can contain it for a lot. You have to put more effort.
Yeah.
So when they're speaking that supposed other language that they want us to think, and he was coaching them and telling them to gather those ones that speak it and have them at the forefront. Literally, this is a voice note. I shared this around last year. It should be on my page somewhere if you put Gento the Yahoo. Why is all of this necessary? I don't think Igbo people are pissed off enough, Katrin, and I'll tell you why. People like Ekwensu Denso, for example, has done a really, really great job kind of just documenting. Like, he hasn't started doing anything with it, but just documenting.
Yeah.
My team as well, Igbo Integration Movement, we're still doing, but it's not enough. Why is it not enough? Because, Kachi, if these people witness this thing with us, imagine in 10 years, they will claim that this thing did not happen.
Yeah.
And all of the evidence, and the internet will not wipe, but I'm talking about the victims. There were so many people who could not speak up for a very long time.
Yep.
Because now, even when they speak up, some of them can't come with their faces, they can't come with their names. That's why we're so proud about the people in Osu. Also, if you go there and say nah, before you say nah, they have one can't, because these people they see when they saw Shege Banza.
Yeah.
Like, to the point where those things that they buried underground were still in front of those homes when we were shooting that documentary.
Yeah.
That is the reality. So a lot of those victims, if you're here, it happened to somebody. I know you may not feel like, because these people, they will come and attack you.
Yeah.
If you have somebody that you can send it to, even if it's me, send it to me, because documentation matters. It is what is going to make sure that Ozama me. It is that documentation that did not exist between Uwazirike that even me, I only knew of Uwazirike much, much later. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I knew of him, but I lived in America, like, and I was a kid. Like, I wasn't really, like, tapped in. Like, you go, here's that one uncle where life don't spoil. They follow this man, go they wash car. That kind of, you go just, they say, which kind of nonsense are my parents even talking about this uncle where no get sense? But you yourself, as a kid, this thing no makes sense. But if there had been documentation, enough documentation in between these ones, it would have been challenging. And then not just documentation, but the people who know the truth were very scared.
Yeah.
Scared as hell. So they took too long to speak, and when they started speaking, Ndinka already are too much. That's why they can come on this stage and tell you the facts don't matter. Because truly, in their world,
it doesn't
facts
matter.
Didn't need to matter. Because Kanu was not feeding them facts either. Somebody's telling you the 80% of what he said was true. So let's even say 80% is true. Is the 80% why
he's
every
convicted
community in the Southeast that ESN entered was destroyed?
Yeah.
There's no place that ESN set a camp that saw progress in the economy, that saw jobs being created, that saw even one industry enter and say, hey, this place is now more secured.
Yeah.
Let investment match people that their parents did not try, their grandparents did not try. They say all of us will not share in the inheritance of Nigeria. They lie. It will not happen.
Yep.
And this other bingo that is on this stage, if you move mad, you will find yourself in the gulag. So be warned, because I'm not playing with you today.
Like Sabi, this person. I think he has come on before.
He's a bingo with a capital B.
Let's give him the benefit. Let's give him some grace, benefit of the doubt, and try to have conversation with him.
Yeah, go ahead and engage him. I'm going to mute.
Choma Namia, you go live out. Choma, my Choma, why will you forsake me? Jenna, so they talk about Bible. My Lord, why will you forsake me? Why are you forsaking me, Choma? Choma, my Choma, why are you forsaking me? Why? Please don't unmute yourself, please. Namia, you there here. Let us do it together.
No. I'm teasing you from last week.
Okay, okay, please. All right, Mr. Starman, if you want to unmute yourself, give us a name, your first name, so that we go address you correctly. If you want to unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, greetings, Mr. Kachi.
Yes.
And your co-host.
Choma, yeah. And what's your name, please, so that we can address you correctly?
Obina.
Mr. Obina, thank you for joining. What are your thoughts on the topic? The FG cross-appealing, the judgment.
It's funny that Nigeria is cross-appealing someone they convicted on a law that no longer exists, one. And then two, everything they convicted him on was based on what he said on social media.
Okay. So does that make it not...
Nigeria is,
Go ahead.
I mean, Nigeria is a country where someone is put on... someone is put on... someone for self-defense. Sunday Jackson, they try him in court and they want to unalive him for defending himself.
Who is Sunday Jackson?
I mean, Nigeria is, like I keep saying, Nigeria is a failed state.
One second. I'm not going to co-sign you saying Nigeria is a failed state, but let's and please be mindful of what you use as well. Who is Sunday Jackson? Who is Sunday Jackson? You mentioned somebody, Sunday Jackson. Who is that?
Yeah, the guy that a Fulani herder came onto his farm and tried to unalive him. He managed to unalive the guy in self-defense. And
I'm not aware. Where did this happen? I'm not aware of this case. Where did it happen?
Oh, it happened in Nigeria.
What state? Like what state?
One of those northern states.
That means me and you don't even know. Like the same way I don't know, now you don't know too.
No. Trust me.
I can't trust you. If you can't pinpoint where it happened, then how can I trust you?
Look, this case was very famous. In fact, it attracted international attention.
Okay, if it did, and you're very versed on the case, then you should know where it happened. But we can move forward from that. You also said something about the law not existing, that they charged Nnamdi Kanu on a law that doesn't exist, and you said
no longer existed. Yes.
What is that law that doesn't exist?
The law had been repealed, as they say, or whatever.
What is the law? What is this law that doesn't exist?
See, please, let's not try and split hairs.
I'm not a lawyer.
I'm not.
My brother, now you they talk these things. I ask you further questions. No, don't do that. Don't do that, Mr. Obina. If you're 1 second, Mr. Obina. If you're not a lawyer, then
I can clarify.
Okay, so what is the law?
Take some time to clarify.
What is the law that does not exist? What is the law that does not exist? So that me too, I go make my own research.
Please don't try and gaslight me. I know what I'm talking about.
You're the one gaslighting me. What do you mean gaslight? You're the one gaslighting me. You're saying things that are false.
No, I'm actually not.
You're saying things that are false, at least to the best of my understanding. You said something about Sunday Jackson.
This is what is the law that is repealed that he was tried against? Because apparently, if you commit murder today, you will not be tried tomorrow. So tell us the law. You are well versed in it, so tell us what the law is.
Yeah, you and I still want to go to another one. Now we're stuck on this.
Go ahead. We have time. Let's give 30 seconds to research and come and tell us.
Yeah, I'll get the clear details.
All right. While you're getting the clear details, we'll go drop you request when you get that details, and then we'll come back. We'll come back to
you
it.
Have your information straight. You come up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Obinna, for joining. I appreciate you. Say at the gaslight him. He brought these things up. You can't make this up. You say something, I ask you questions, you say I gaslight you. How is that?
Kachi, do you know why these people are bingos? And I would never be apologetic about it.
Unbelievable.
An Igbo person came up on this stage to talk about their family member who is an Igbo person.
Yeah.
Who he's talking to you about Adamawa Kanu. He's not even sure. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he's a case that it was self-defense and it had international attention, but you couldn't even, you see why being anti-facts is detrimental even to you, the bingo? Because you don't even know you're being stupid. Go and do your little research and come back.
All right.
The next person, please.
Ninka boy.
Oh, thank you, Sola. I need to shout out to my people. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I didn't forget. Thank you.
All right. Ninka boy, we'll go mute you for 1 second. Choma, you want to shout out to your people?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Ninka boy, just 1 second, please.
We were very busy to show up. I gave you last minute and you showed up. Thank you. And those of you from Facebook that told me you're going to be here, thank you so much. I hope that you're enjoying the show. Make sure you're following Bia Palo podcast because I'm here every other Sunday or so Sundays. This is where you need to be. He talks about Nigerian politics, real discussions, real debates. And he's my bro. So also follow him as well if you're not following him. Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Choma. All right. Ninka boy, if you want to unmute yourself, make we hear your thoughts on this one. And it be like you get network. Thank you for the hat. Ninka boy, if you want to unmute yourself, I see say you get network issue here, so it might not even be a very productive conversation. Make we all right. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. If you can hear me, I saw you unmuted yourself. So make we.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
All right. Good evening, Ninka boy. What will be your name so that we'll address you correctly? All right.
I think his network might be faulty. Can you hear us?
That's not your name. Ninka no be name. It's a username. Give us a name. First name. So that,
very well.
all right. There's going to be, can you hear me? There's no hear me. There's going to be a lot of that.
This is my name. This is my name. This is my first name. This is the only name.
Yeah. The network is poor. So there's going to be a lot of, can you hear me? Can you not hear me? And we have a show to run here. So we don't want all those.
Guys, make sure your network, I know sometimes it happens. So when you come in and you mute, like just look, sometimes it will give you the score.
Yeah.
If you see red on your stuff, sometimes, move around so that we can hear you. I hear what you want to contribute to the conversation.
All right. Mr. Bright, thank you for joining. If you want to unmute yourself, please.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for joining. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Good evening from here in Nigeria.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. I actually came up because of the other bingo that talked about the law. That was why I came up. Because this is exactly the way they follow Kanu. Nnamdi is the only source of information they have. Is the only source of information they have. Whatever Nnamdi say is the truth. That's what they believe. Outside Nnamdi Kanu, they don't know anything. Just look at, tell us the law. And somebody does not, they don't know anything.
Yep.
So that was why I came to like tell him, Oga, are you not ashamed of yourself to come out to be talking what you don't know? And when you meet all of them, it's the same thing. They don't even know this thing that they are going about talking. They don't even know it. They don't know it.
Bright, do you think that Mr. Bright, because the thing is, I'm glad that I don't know if you were here when Barrister, thank you, my darling, whoever sent that, thank you so much. Do you know when Barrister was here and I was asking him to explain what an appeal is and what it wasn't? Do you know why someone will come on stage, be gaslighting you, and then turn it around and say you're gaslighting them? Is because they don't understand what an appeal is. The time for you to talk about all of that, if Kanu believed that this law, this thing he was like feeding, that jurisdiction, all of these other things, he had every opportunity during the trial to open his defense, and he didn't do that. Now we are in an appeal, and somebody, like your whole, like you spent this whole year, the 6 months I've highlighted this thing now, just 6 months, this whole 6 months, you could not conclude in your head, we are now in appeal. What does appeal mean? Meaning that all of those things, even if you come here now and he's already convicted, this way of you feigning ignorance, does it even help this person you say you love, he's your savior, he's or what talk English, she said, the person, like it's almost like a case of the blind leading the blind. So what he thinks the law says, and if he thinks it's expired, is a dated conversation, and is to loop us in this cyclical, never-ending conversation, so that we'll be dealing. I'm not sure you don't know law. FG says that he had a case to answer, and they charged him. So you're saying that somebody commits terrorism today, and they amend the law, dumbasses. Amendments. That is why even in the American Constitution, we have amendments. The Bill of Rights has amendment upon amendment. Doesn't mean that they throw away the law. It means they amend it with new information. Just like if your brain is stuck, you have new information. The thing that's okay. Well, is this thing making sense or not? Who gives a damn about? We're talking about FG is doing a cross appeal to say that this person they've already sentenced to life. Say no, do them. Say they want to add on top to the maximum. You come here and they say
because Adachi, because I say Adachi, I see Adachi, I don't call Adachi. Because because the federal government is saying Omotosho really doesn't know the law, because now capital sentence now they're supposed to give him. They are saying Omotosho, you really don't know the law. You know,
it doesn't matter. This guy is standing, and the thing about it, Kachi, if you don't get person, we go fit advise you, and you go listen, go hear them, because this guy is like, his life is literally on the balance. Somebody is talking about a repealed law that is an amended law that under the jurisdiction of Nigeria that you don't respect. They have already tried them, and let me tell you something. Mark it. In fact, frame my face when you edit this thing. Frame it. There is no country in the world that can overturn that judgment. No single country.
It's what it is.
Because countries don't move mad the way you guys move mad. They respect the sovereignty of a country. Just because you think Nigeria is a zoo, God won't mad, okay, mega charge you with murder.
Absolutely.
Mr. Bright, sorry for I'm a Nick open on and I jumped into your stuff, but you have the floor.
Yeah, and before you have the floor, make I just shout out a special guest, Adachi. Adachi, I see you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining, Adachi. Appreciate you for joining. All right, Bright, Mr. Bright, if you want to continue on in that line, please.
Yeah. So these people, when you meet them, it's not just this one. When you meet them one-on-one, I want to ask them exactly what they are looking for. You find out that they don't have anything. It's just that headless mobilization they are doing. When you ask, they will end up telling you the way they are treating us in Nigeria. And you will begin to ask, how are they treating you? What is that in other region are enjoying?
And from your accent, Mr. Bright, I can tell that you're an Igbo person.
That is benefiting more in Nigeria.
Absolutely. From your accent, I can tell that you're an Igbo person. And I'm glad they know be only me and Choma and Nigella and the rest of us where they see this thing. Nobody is doing us anything as Igbo people for Nigeria. But again, Mr. Bright, continue in that line, please.
Yes.
Now go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
You ask them, what is the thing other regions are enjoying that you're not enjoying? They will start talking nonsense. And I said to them, Oga, listen to me. You said they are holding you. They are holding you in bondage. They are struggling to get free. He said yes. I said, if you pack all your bags and all your load from Lagos to the east, nobody will stop you. If you pack your bags, everything from Medugri, nobody will stop you. First of all,
they don't even understand the meaning of bondage. That's another thing, right? Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes? Try coming back to east first. Come test him. He said, no, it's not. It doesn't work that way. He said, which way do you think it's going to work? He said, after Nigeria divide itself, they will still be in Lagos. I said, which Lagos will you be? The same Lagos you say they are marginalizing you. That's where you want to go and it's a lie. Pack your loads and come back. Pack your loads and come. They don't know. They don't know. I cited Sudan and South Sudan today. Now South Sudan is regretting. Many of them is regretting why they separated. And this guy will come on air and begin to lie to you, and you believe it like.
If not so easy to break country now, no country go there together now.
Absolutely. But Mr. Bright, if you want to, just round it up with the topic, the cross appeal. I believe you heard about the cross appeal. If you want to tell us what your thoughts are, and so that we can move forward.
Okay. I just wanted to say one thing before I come to that thing.
Okay.
That topic. What I wanted to say is, we Igbos are actually the one benefiting more in Nigeria.
I mean,
because
can be argued.
In every local government. We are in every local government.
Yeah.
We are in every local government in Nigeria.
Yeah.
That Igbos are making money today is because we are into other regions doing business.
Yeah.
And other regions are the one patronizing us. And we are making those money.
Yes.
Coming back home to build good houses, to take care of people at home.
Yeah.
2, no state in Nigeria you will go today that Igbos are not controlling 30 to 40% of that economy.
Not really.
Through business, that's what he means.
Okay, I don't know.
Not control of the economy itself, but in terms of like doing business.
Yeah.
Business capacity is what he means, yes.
Okay.
In all the states, you guys are there. Then who is telling you to separate from where you are getting what you eat? Who is telling you that, and you want to believe him that way? Seriously, we really need to do more.
Absolutely.
What I suggest.
Or if you want to summarize with the topic, so that we go move forward. Yeah. If you want to just summarize with the topic.
Yeah, that's what I want to do now.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do. The truth about it is that the day Omotosho convicted him, I was angry. Because that Bible passage, Omotosho came to read that place. I don't know what that Bible passage has to do with the law.
He's a Christian, that's why.
and finally, the federal government has proven to us that really Omotosho does not know the law.
I don't know whether you're a Christian.
Omotosho knows the law. Because the capital punishment is supposed to give.
People, that's what he said. He said, they lie give judgment of life because he cannot take life because of the Bible. That's what he talks. So
he's saying no law now.
He give person 75 years for corruption. So I know say no law. Omotosho, you don't know law.
It's crazy. But Mr. Bright, thank you for joining. We're going to need to move forward at this point. I appreciate you for joining.
Mr. Bright, thank you. So Omotosho.
All right.
Knew the law. Just that Omotosho had a soft heart. That's why.
Yeah, if you want to, I think you want to say something. Just round up with this one so that we'll go move forward, Mr. Bright.
One of their members here in Southeast, who is a lawyer, Emperor, wrote something. He said he warned them not to appeal the judgment.
He's not their member. Emperor is not, the attorney is not their member. He was telling them what to, he was telling them they appeal what was going to happen. He told them that immediately. It was like, if you appeal, they go counter appeal, and he was right.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Mr.
So-
Bright, we're gonna need to move forward at this point, though. Make we move forward. Thank you so much for joining, though. I appreciate
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Bright. Thank you.
All right.
Obrigado.
Yeah, regards.
Obrigado.
Regards.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
All right. Choma, do you have a moment for Starman Alpha again? He's requesting. He's re-requesting.
No, I mean, you're going to talk to him man to man, Abby.
you go talk to a woman to man too. That's what you be. All right.
I will talk to him human to bingo.
All
So
right.
go ahead.
All right. Let's bring Mr. Obinna back. So that we'll go get the conversation. I know you went back to go do your research on the law you said does not exist. All right, let's hear it then.
Yeah, imagine the people calling me TikTok, if not for calling me bingo, if not for TikTok. This one I'll beat chest and say it. Most of the people here cannot compete with me intellectually on any level, on
Shut
any
the
subject,
fuck
even
up.
the
We
subject
don't
of
give a
your
fuck about
university.
that.
You that are
Shut
talking.
up.
You
Shut
that are
up.
talking,
Shut
come with your
up.
degree.
Speak
You
to
cannot debate me on the subject of your degree.
Speak to the topic.
All right,
Shut the fuck
make we
up.
leave your
Don't just
degrees,
shout
Mr.
bingo
Make we
left,
list
right.
Don't give a
Mr.
fuck about your degree.
Mr.
You know that
Speak
intellectually
to
you are
the
not on my
page.
level.
All right.
Intellectually you are not my mate.
You
Mr.
are a bingo.
Obinna.
Shut the fuck up.
Mr. Obinna, now you now done the
From our
gaslight.
clubhouse days, but
What you
the
to do now
answer-
na gaslighting? So let's start afresh. I know you. I know you're. I don't know, but I'll take your word on that one. You're very educated. You're intellectual. No problem. Let us talk about it. The law you said does not exist. Waiting be the law. What's the law?
So basically, the Terrorism Act I was talking about was 2013.
Okay.
It was repealed, and a new act was brought in 2022.
Okay.
And everything Kanu did, or was accused to have done, happened before this new law in 2022, which is why he was telling them to show him exactly which law they were trying him under.
Okay.
And then as for Sunday Jackson, I hope you Googled it while I was Googling.
I didn't,
it's
but tell me.
bill Sunday Jackson, that was Adamawa State.
Okay. Sunday
So
Jackson.
maybe
I'll take my time and go research that. I'll read on that one. But now let's talk about
Fulani man attacked him on his farm. He
Okay.
defended himself, collected the dagger, unalived the Fulani man, and found himself in court facing death sentence.
All right, since you want to stress on this one now, the same way you did stress on this specific law of Nnamdi Kanu, did you go to read the law where they use charge this person, this Nnamdi, this Sunday Jackson? Did you also go further, take a step further to go read the law that he was charged with and see if they actually, did what was right or wrong? Did you do that one, or you just read the headlines and you ran with it?
How is this relevant to the law he went to go and find? Because I just didn't know that here.
I mean, it seems like he wants to make a point with that one. So I'm indulging him.
That point is a moot point. Why? Because the person he's talking about is irrelevant to the point that we're talking about. So needs to focus on the
this
topic.
up because this is how Nigeria works.
Focus on the
Okay.
focus on the
Because
we
this is how
don't
Nigeria
care.
works.
We don't care about that.
Nigeria do not
We don't care
respect their
about.
own laws.
We don't care about that. You went
don't
to
even
get a
respect their
law.
own
Tell
laws.
us the repealed law. If a law is repealed, it's usually replaced and amended. It does not remove
I
that
just did,
crime.
but because you weren't listening,
If
you
you're
were so
a
triggered.
dumbass, say
You are
that.
so you're
Shut
abusing me
up,
now.
Michelle,
You're abusing me
Chuma,
now.
make we turn them down so that
Because
TikTok no go
if I
kick us
now,
out.
The host you can use host. You see,
Be
she's
quiet,
getting
be
emotional.
quiet.
And she's not getting
Be
emotional,
quiet. Emotional and
please. She's
irrational.
not getting
Be
all right.
quiet.
She's not getting emotional. She's not.
You took 10
You
minutes
need to be
go
need to be
the
respectful.
Gulag. You went to the Gulag. Took 10 minutes.
Please,
to
I beg.
read on
Like,
Google.
you know,
Shut
it's
up.
funny. It's funny.
Be
People were.
quiet,
People,
make
All
sure
right.
to get back. Come on, make sure.
I don't think we're gonna. Starman, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to have the conversation.
This stupid idiot.
You
Come on,
did.
get out.
Choma no like you, and Choma is my co-host, so I have to respect that.
It's not even about liking. You went down. First of all, just ask yourself how disingenuous our people have become. And I don't have tolerance for this bullshit.
Yeah. And I
I'll
respect
tell
that.
you why.
Yeah.
You took 10 minutes. Meaning that the whole time you've been having this conversation, I've known this idiot since 2022 on Clubhouse. Okay, so his bingoism is full stage. Okay, you took all of that time, so that means that the whole time you've been debating this thing across. You didn't have this information. We say, okay, go to the gulag and find the information. Why should I care about this other case you're talking about when you didn't care about the Igbo man who was on this stage telling you about his own family that it happened? Mr. Joe, don't piss me off. If you bring that energy here, so because this thing is getting to the point where we have gotten to this point where an Igbo person, let me speak it in Igbo. If you're not understanding Igbo, hold on, I'm going to explain it later. If you're an Igbo person, you cannot feel those orders were not just charges that Omotosho, you're coming here and say the law was repealed, just done. It's like saying that a law. You think that the same murder law that we're using now is the same law that we've been using before? They keep amending it. Precedents happen, things happen, some new cases come up that changes the parameters of what the law can do and cannot do. They amend that law. You had 10 minutes, and I was very quiet. So I was like, let me hear this thing that I have not heard. Maybe I can learn something from a bingo today. First time in history. Didn't happen. You're coming here and telling us he wanted to defend, he did not want to defend, he did not want to again. How is this relevant to this FG cross? Because he's already convicted. So what you gonna do about that now? What the FG has cross appealed. You are in the UK saying, it does not matter. It does not. Who gives a fuck about your qualifications? You are qualified and you cannot even, something that you should know. You have to go to Google to go and find out. Even Google here. Do you see me talking with Google? If you don't know how to read, at least let people who know better than you school you. And it is unfortunate for you because there is going to be a woman who's forced to pee that will teach you people that lesson you refuse to hear. Mr. Joe, you have the floor.
Before Mr. Joe, before you come on, Mr. Joe, just 1 second. Choma again, you know, so I go always talk. When we talk, I go talk. Choma, no be woman something. Choma, these people, then they sit down, they listen to women. Then they sit down, I know say make I no call her that name again. But Lord Neka.
They see what they do that they are former member.
Lord Neka, then all of them they sit down, they listen to Lord Neka. No be woman she be. Anya Nambra, then they listen to her. No, they are listening to them. Now. They are listening to them because they are preaching. They talk within the one here. If you switch, then go start they curse you. It's just they don't care whether you be man or woman. These people will not care.
You know what I agree say bingos are misogynistic.
No, I no go agree that one.
I don't know why they defend bingos.
I no go agree that one. That lie. If you that lie. I would defend bingos for that one. They don't care whether you be man or woman. As long as they talk within they like, they go listen to you. If you switch, they go start they curse you. They don't care. This one no care. They tell you. Ijele, then they call Ijele Udele. You don't know when they call you Ijele. Those people, they know those people. If you Ijele switch now, begin to dance to their tune, then go begin to hail them. Those people don't care. You've not seen
disagree.
Okay. You never see the Asian. You never see the Asian girl. You get be one Malaysian girl. Where they say, join Biafra. One join.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah. And they say,
no be woman she be. No be woman girl. No be woman she be. That Asian girl. No be woman she be.
You know say typical Nigerian. You see, is that you try to mansplain something when me the experience. You want to mansplain my experience. So don't marginalize my experience.
Drama, I'll marginalize that your experience. I go marginalize them for this one. But again, I go take your word. Interlude we just do. Let us get back to the show. Mr. Big Joe, Mr. Joe, if you want to unmute yourself, please make I turn on this AC as well. I don't swear small. If you want to unmute yourself, let's hear your thoughts on the topic.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, I've been listening to. I'm not an Igbo man, so I think I should be able to talk from a neutral angle. You understand?
Okay.
Okay, what do you think about the topic?
Yeah, the topic is, I think they need to know now. Most of, like you said, most Igbo people that were supporting Nnamdi Kanu, I keep telling most of them that Omotosho was a nice man for even staying life in prison instead of death penalty. Because what Nnamdi did, giving him life imprisonment was just a sort of gift. was a gift. But they most of them, when they argue, how many people did he kill? How many people? So you don't know what the law says. It's not until you use a knife or you carry a gun to kill someone. The minute you said you are the you are the leader of a group, and those group kill people, and you are the one that will be held capable for all those crimes, no other person. These guys, and I keep telling you, you people that talk, you keep saying rubbish. If one of your family has been killed by this group, you won't be here saying all this you're saying.
Yeah.
It's because you don't feel it.
Yeah.
Understand? So when something has not happened to you, and you are a neutral person, you don't know what it is. That kind of, it's fighting. Igbo have been marginalized. What do you call marginalization? Mostly, Igbos are not politicians. They are businessmen. A guy once told them that if you want to do business, you do business. If you want to do politics, you go for politics. You are allowed in every part of the country to do your business without any hindrance at all. They give you level playing ground to do business. You come to Lagos, you are very free. You buy land, they even name some street after you, which you know in your place this will never happen.
Off your mic, Big Joe. Off your mic. Off your mic. But yeah, I hear you. That way you talk, not true you talk, right? That waiting me that place. This guy, he sang a song. I forget. There's a popular street in Lagos, in VI, I believe. There's a
you know the song you're thinking about?
Yeah, I don't forget the name, but yeah.
Mbadiwe.
Thank you very much. Mbadiwe. There's a popular. Yeah.
In Victoria Island, very long street.
Yeah.
It's a long
very long street.
Chimez, them plenty.
They're
plenty. Off your mic.
Somebody said, you guys will come from the village with a poly bag. You go back to the village with a Benz.
Make we not talk like that, my brother. That one now don't enter another gear.
No.
That one don't enter another gear, my brother. But
I'm only saying there's a level playing ground for anybody in Lagos.
Absolutely, but now when you now say you come with a poly bag, that's now it's more like an insult.
The meaning is this: that you leave your home, leave your village without anything. You come to Lagos to do business.
I hear you, but you could have said it this way without saying coming with a poly bag.
No,
that's more like a
somebody
slur.
said it, and I'm saying that an Igbo man was one of I'm just quoting.
All right.
Somebody said, not
all right.
You see, this law, federal government are appealing it. I think it's long overdue because all this, they should have even come down. All this way, when it was given the life imprisonment, I believe they should have rallied around the government, beg. Even the Nnamdi Kanu himself thinks by now that people will have gone to the street, destroy everywhere. He never knew everybody go back to his business. He believed we have soldiers on the street that will go and destroy everywhere because he's been jailed. Ali by now should know that, yes, nobody behind me, everybody need it for himself.
They still go to London to do their business.
Yep.
So nobody's going to stop their shop.
Go to Ojolaba, do everything. And even Lagos State made some new laws in Lagos State market, wherever they abide with it because they are not ready to lose their business. He doesn't know. But now, and I guess it'll be clearer now. Since they are appealing the judgment, that means what because Shobola said this one day. Shobola said this life imprisonment that Omotosho did what was his own mind, not follow the law. That the law was supposed to be death sentence. That's what they not made for anybody convicted for terrorism.
And that's actually the law. He's not making it up. Barrister Obi came up here earlier and he told us, yeah. That's the law.
Yeah,
So in essence, Omotosho really does not die. I'm making a joke. I'm going to stop making that joke anyway.
Omotosho that they are businesses. He even did them a favor.
Yeah.
He did a favor. It was a favor he did to them. But they never knew. They were saying he doesn't know anything. They will appeal it. Somebody wasn't telling me that I should read it within the next 3 months. Nnamdi Kanu will be free. I said you are wasting your time.
And he also gave them
no person can free this man.
Omotosho actually gave a pass. I mean, if we're going to be honest, he gave a pass. Because if you have life imprisonment as opposed to death penalty, like you can then do all these other things you want to do in terms of like political a pardon or something down the line, because you have to be alive to get it, than if you're, of course, when you're
That's
sentenced
what
to
I'm
buy,
telling you.
you're not going to buy immediately, but that one is risky.
Yes, no.
So they should have calmed down. Or they were trying to dox that guy, and I felt bad. I said, you know how much of a bingo you have to be to try to dox a son, like a judge in Nigeria. That's risk now. Person will hold life and like the life of your guy. You go calm down. You go, try to
Calm
so that
down now.
if he gives you life, you can then maybe use political solution. And there can be an administration that can come in that can even just say, okay, maybe you don't learn your lesson after 5 years, 10 years.
Hello, let me tell you one thing. I'm very sure Bola Ahmed Tinubu wouldn't want this guy to die. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a politician. If this guy has probably bent at least bow his head, I believe by now they should have been talking about how to give him pardon. But they realized he was just an unrepentant person.
Yeah.
He was not bowing down. He was even while he's in prison, he's still making those noise.
And he's forming another group while in prison. Omotosho told him, you can't use phone, you can't use internet, you can't use. He should have calmed down first, make the appeal wrong. Like, what did they walk bingo brains?
You see, now I'm saying those people following him, those followers, most of them are like they don't think deeply. They are shallow thinkers. That's what I call them. Because this guy, look how fresh he be. You know when they say Bush, they do this. This guy is just coming. Even if this guy succeed, if he succeed, damn. Adolf Hitler, all those former leaders, those brutal leaders, will be small. This guy become a leader of the Eastern people. He's going to run that. It's like he's a slave.
Yep.
Because even the way he talks to people like anyhow.
Yep.
Because shut up. Who are you to talk to me? Shut up. The way he talks to people, look at the way he was talking to those lawyers.
Yep.
He's not even. He's someone that is ready to do very arrogant, and he wants to be a leader.
Yep.
So I was telling that if this guy, they say, okay, Nnamdi Kanu will be your leader for East, now go here under this man.
Yep.
Because he wants you to talk, he says, shut up, I don't want to hear this from you.
Yeah, Mr. Joe, if you want to help us round up so that we'll go move forward, yeah.
Yes, this government appealing is for me is long overdue. Yep. They should have even done it a long time before now. At least if I've done it before now, you'll have it. Because I know after this now, maybe the judgment is not changed to death. They'll shut up. Because when he starts seeing death, because I know when he's sleeping, in his dream, he will be seeing death. There, seeing the man, the hangman coming with, understand? He will start, that fear will come to his mind, will start begging.
Yeah.
So that's what I believe.
Absolutely.
That's my takeover. Just let me come.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome.
Big.
Thank you, Mr. Big Joe. Appreciate you for joining.
You're welcome.
All right. Before we get the next guest on here, make I just shout out all the gifters we don't gift us so far. And Trauma, by the way, we are. Where is that time? I'm sorry.
So we can wrap out in 30 minutes?
30 minutes. Yeah, we're at 3.5 hours. Yeah.
It's my time, yeah.
All right. All right. Sounds good. Make I just shout out the gifters so far. We have Nora. Make on no verse for the way they call names, so I'll try my very best. Nora Norlin. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate you, or we appreciate you. Thank you, Ekwen Sudinso. Nwa ihe kuru, nwa ihe onu kara. Nwa ihe onu kara. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate you.
That's better.
Kehinde the Menace. Thank you so much for the gifts. We appreciate you. Possible. Thank you so much. One choice. Caesar Pasioti. One name. Thank you. T-E-E-Y. Thank you. Lizzie. Thank you. Emmanuel Trugs. Thank you. T. Thank you so much for the gifts. We appreciate you. Thank you. Kane Day, the Menace, thank you again. Thank you. Mr. Gaffa, thank you. Kings for Life, thank you so much. Nedum Ije, thank you. Kane Day, the Menace, thank you so much. Donald Shola, thank you. On our mandate, we stand. Thank you so much. Silver Surfer, thank you. Thank you, Silver Surfer, thank you. Paul Omo NG, thank you so much. Silver Surfer, one man, thank you. Ekwen thank you so much. Omo Owa NG, thank you. Patton Shola, thank you so much. Adedoyin, thank you so much. Badero Adedoyin, thank you so much. Chef CZ, thank you so much. Shola, thank you again. Adachieze, thank you so much. Yep, Adachieze, thank you so much. Who else is here? Prince Abayomi Morris, thank you so much for the gifts. Mr. Rhoda, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, guys, for the gifts. And for the people waiting for YouTube, I appreciate you guys for being there. Appreciate you enjoying the show. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Feel free to like and share if there's a share button, by the way. If you've not followed yet, please feel free to follow and subscribe on YouTube. Please feel free, if you're on YouTube, if you're on TikTok, feel free to follow myself, Beer Parlour Podcast, and Choma, the Choma Amarilis, the Choma Amarilis on TikTok, and also on Facebook. Follow her as well, and follow me as well on Facebook. Where else we did? We did Facebook, and all right, I covered all of that. All right, thank you so much. Let's get back to the show. All right. Choma, before we bring the next guest on here, do you have any thoughts before we bring the next guest?
Yeah, it's actually to add to what Mr. Joe said towards the end of his submission. One of the things that you have to do at some point, if you are thinking of even just leadership, even just in family or office, is to know when to pivot, right? Kanu is the only person, I mean, forget bingos, they don't have any power anyway. They are the only people not reading the body language of even the people who would have gone to lobby for that presidential pardon, right? During elections now, this is 2027 elections, most politicians are basically just focused on either retaining their seats, basically playing to the center in any way that they can, which is usually what happens during elections, or focusing on their campaigns generally. So whatever happens in 2027, he's not part of that plan. And there has to be a realization that you understand that even the Igbo politicians have checked out. And if you are not reading that body language, you're not going to be able to adjust to reality. Again, bingos do not operate in the realm of reality, so I'm not expecting them. But I'm expecting, the person whose life essentially is a danger. Because the thing is, Kanu doesn't want to be a martyr. If he wanted to be a martyr, he would have said, no, I'm not sure you don't know law. Give me the death so that I can bring this Biafra. Because he said it is in his death that Biafra will come. Now, so it tells you something that there's going to be a time. There was a time that Kanu could have pivoted. He had a lot of Igbo leaders, out of being scared, fearful, out of them and their own greed too, thinking that they could also weaponize that control he had on the minds of Igbo youths. They thought they could weaponize it for their own gain. Now, that time that he held all of that power, these people were scrambling. When he first came out of prison, he was in Ekweremadu's home, and all of them were jumping over themselves to drive him, to give him money, to go and appeal, to go do all that stuff. And when Ekweremadu went to, so that was the first sign that the politicians realized that this monster that they fed, they couldn't control it. Because when he saw that money, when he saw, and these are things like anybody who's denying it is either delusional or just dumb. Because in 2019, by the time he cut that deal, that kind of deal is an acknowledgement by those, some of those Igbo leaders that even when this type of motion, as young people go say, you get that raise, you get that thing where you go feel control and tell people how to vote. And then the outcome of that was that he actually was not able to change the outcome of their own votes. They didn't see mass increase in the number of expected votes at the end of the election. And then towards that, they also have to face the reality of distrust. I bring this up usually in conversations, but people don't clock it when I say it. You have to think about the type of distrust. Yes, everybody knows that every other region is playing politics. But what you have admitted is that during the 2019 elections, you were in cahoots with a person that has fled from Nigeria and is now a fugitive. You not only sat down with him, you could not get him to shut up enough for somebody else to make that post. That was admission. Because in 2019, he admitted that after Science Center delivered, that boycott was lifted. What do you think happens in those things? It's negotiations.
Yeah.
What it means is that from every senator to House of Rep to every governor who swore on a Bible to uphold the unity of Nigeria, okay? Anytime you're sitting on that seat, you can change your mind, this guy. Then, if you think about that group of leaders who were scared for their lives, I had friends who were in the House of Rep. They were not going to their constituency, and they have offices in their constituency.
Yeah.
During the peak time, Mbitolu particularly was like hotcake. Also, Njaba area, right? All of those people that could not speak, these people who call behind the scenes, though, that even now their balls are still clamped because they don't want people to call out the fact that when you guys were pandering to this guy, there was a time you could have stood face to face to him and tell him, and instead of pandering to him, say, this is the game that we are playing as Igbo people, and you're fucking this shit up. Calm your dumb ass down, or we're going to eliminate you ourselves. Because they didn't do that, this is the repercussion of what's happened. So if you notice, when he was first incarcerated, people were saying, we're going to do. Then when he was convicted, they were saying, we are going to go to, have you been hearing those talks anymore? No, because the calculation they would have told him is to just calm down. Yes, you can appeal, but what is the possibility that they're going to overthrow this? It is next to zero.
Yeah.
So our best chance now is Isa Avotato. Even if you don't use your mouth, because of price, say you don't forgo. Now it's going to go say, no, I'm on one, or 5 years, 10 years. Right now, Kanu is on such outs that any bingo that is in this room is either a bottom barrel bingo who does not have any ranking, to know that the writings on the wall allow them not to say that this thing is not going to go the way you think it's going to. And if you think threatening Igbo people, if anything happened to Kanu, what will happen? When it happened to Yoruba people and their own person was by, did the heavens fall? No.
Yeah.
When it happened to other regions, their regions don't fall. You see these things that we are uttering, at the end of the day, now still us, go back, go realize, say now us, we still do. Kanu don't do in what own way he don't do. But he gets one way, now in the one, his remnants, the ones he left behind, all these other bingos who are in this gulag, who think that telling us about the law and the law is more important than the victims. Those are the people that at some point we'll have to call meeting and tell these people, if you people don't learn how to shut the fuck up in public, at least don't make us look like pussies. Thank you. I'm done with my monologue.
Thank you, Choma. Make we see what that Emmy choose. And before we bring up the Emmy, before Emmy choose even begins, you said...
hold on, please, hold on one second.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. I need to ask you for a favor.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Kachi, Mr. Kachi, my brother. Starman, you are in a la-la land. Anytime that you come into this room, you have been more than disrespectful. I think I have been more considerate, allowing you to be on this stage. But anytime that I'm on this stage, Kachi, I'm going to just ask, either I mute my mic or whatever. Because it's getting to the point where...
I'll remember now. I'm not doing it intentionally. I just don't recall everybody's names. But I'll remember now.
Yes.
Yeah. Moving forward.
Because whether or not we find any of these entertaining to move the room along and, I can deal with them, at some point we have to kind of sort of understand how this is also basically changing the end game of what it is that we're working on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Starman, you are delusional. You dealt with who on Clubhouse? You wish. Not even your mother's mother. If it's short for you, come and open your mic. You dealt with your ancestors.
Yes. Choma, this wasn't intentional. If you know me, I don't even have interest.
But I'm trying to tell you, because you can't write those type of, you can't write those type of things, then come on this stage and now come and you're the one who's doing the gaslighting.
Yeah.
Because obviously you shouldn't even be in this room. You should be trying to do the appeal and do all those things. The disrespect I can deal with, but coming on the stage now to just act like you're trying to do something cerebral and it's us that is silencing you. You're not going to do that. You don't run shit here. You don't even run shit in your house, and your wife told me that. Mr. Babati, welcome.
All right. I don't get any pleasure in trying to have chaos. It doesn't. You go give me now my ear away all the chaos they enter. So I don't want it anyway.
Up on stage,
yeah, I'm going to remember not to even bring him if you're here. I'm going to remember not to bring him if and when you're here. So and I apologize for that. But Baba T, before you
All right.
before you begin, please make I just recap a few things which Choma been mentioned. She says bingos don't operate. This is just one anyway. You say bingos don't operate in reality. You know, one of them told us Koro said the facts don't matter. He said it literally. The facts don't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter, why are we still talking, right? That's why I had to drop that one, because if you're telling me that what the facts don't matter to you, what are we doing? What are we doing, right? Anyway, and I didn't plan to talk to. I planned, you know, when we're having this like negotiating this show. The plan was to have people, lawyers, to come here and teach us. Me, I don't have a lot of opinion on this, but I wanted to learn. I wanted to sit back and just listen. But I wouldn't say unfortunately. Fortunately, we had one, but we didn't have a lot of those lawyers come in and, you know, explain and give insights and stuff like that. We had what we had today, and we appreciate the people that came. But it's what it is. We still had a good show. But with that being said, Baba T, if you want to, you're muted already. If you want to just give us your thoughts on this topic, so that we go use this one, close the show for the day.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the good job you guys are doing. It's been an interesting show.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm not a lawyer, right? I'm not a lawyer, but I do feel that whatever Nnamdi Kanu is getting, right, I think he deserves it. And yes, you can argue that the judgment was a little bit lenient to him, but I'm not sure what the FG. I mean, I'm guessing the FG is counter or cross appealing. I'm not sure what they're really looking for, because I know for sure that this government or no government in Nigeria is really willing to kill Nnamdi Kanu. They're just going to martyr him, and whether you like it or not, he has a following, right? You're creating problems. You're creating a rallying cry or rallying point for another generation. So I do not think that.
Did Abiola not have followers?
Say that again. I didn't get that.
Did Abiola not have followers? Does he have more
yes,
followers than Abiola?
But look at what happened, you know, after Abiola.
Yeah, but this guy didn't.
The current president, as it is, right, is only is a result of that. I can argue. The whole generation, you know, was sold on that. It became a rallying point, you know, for a whole generation. Yeah. Yes, I mean, he died, right? But it became the rallying point for a whole generation. You know, for whatever reasons, you know, that was. And
Baba
it's going to be the same thing. Yeah.
Baba T, because I don't want to sort of, you know, do you know that murderers that are attractive in prison, do you know that they have fans and followers, like women?
Yeah, I mean, look at that guy.
So like, are you saying because he has followers? So I'm trying to understand your point.
No. So what I'm saying,
let me skip to the tread carefully. Or what?
What I would also want is that there should be consistency, you know, in these things. I can argue that Gumi has incited and said enough, you know, to go through this kind of whatever again.
Not necessarily. You know, one second. Not necessarily for Gumi, and I'm not making any excuses for Gumi here. You know, I think he's a scum. But Gumi, what he's at the border. He's the borderline. He says things like, "Let these people go. They've not done anything." Things in those lines. He's not actively inciting them. Allow these people go and do this, go and do that. He's not doing that. If that makes sense. So there's a difference, right? He's kind of borderline.
Another one, El Rufai. He has said a lot of things that I think ordinarily, you know, it's enough, for treason.
Baba T.
This is not a defense of Kanu, but what I'm just trying to say is that
I'm not even going for that line of thoughts. That's your opinion and you're entitled to it. But I'm going to tell you the flaw in your logic and why that is a dangerous line of thinking. The time that we're talking about the murderer, because if you think about murders, like there are things that you can see really clearly as a murder, like M-U-R-D-E-R. Let me say the M word, right? You know that thing is the M word, but if it goes through different states, different times, different judges, or whatever, there's going to be, you know, like what the sentence is going to be. It's going to be a range. In this context, when somebody say, when they catch you, they do something, you say, who never seen hands in the air? That's it. You know why that's a faulty argument? Because the time we're talking about this particular shit is not the time to tell us the people they have not convicted yet. Gumi, El Rufai, and any of the people that you mentioned, okay, let's even say, let's follow that path. But the truth of the matter is, none of them have been charged with anything yet. So, sure, you're saying, but in this particular case where we have arrived right now, you should be comparing him with other convicted terrorists. That would be a better way to sort of extend the argument. Because you're thinking in probabilities of things that should happen. Right now, compare him with other convicted terrorists or people who have been identified as terrorists in Nigerian history. Not even just treason, because I mean, a lot of the offenses that he's charged with are treasonable offenses. But I'm saying, like, if you want to compare him with the people that they didn't necessarily catch them with the whatever, but they know they are part of that group. And when they see them, they buy them. If your spirits wake up, they buy you too. So compare him with either ones under trial or the ones being tried, so that we can have a more
apples to apples
comparison.
Okay, would it be fair if I compare him with repentant Boko Haram? Would that be fair?
With repentant Boko Haram? Well, with repentant Boko Haram, they are convicted terrorists, yes, and they should not be repented. So if you're making that comparison, it's almost like saying that people on this stage were saying that those people should repent. Me and him, at least, let me speak for myself, but I know Kachi, we agree that all terrorists should go in for it. Like, what are you cleaning them up for? But Babati, let me tell you why you kind of disqualified from this conversation. I'm not going to do a dick measuring contest with somebody if the person who was harmed is my mother. So I'm not going to be talking about all the other rapists and all the other women that they have raped. I'm talking about the time that they did it to my mom, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So if your region did not sit at home because of those orders, you can't relate. Sure, you are right. Why should anybody be given amnesty? But if you want to compare those people, you'll be comparing them to Gentle the Yahoo. Do you know who Gentle the Yahoo is? Gentle the Yahoo is the man who cut off those two couples that were military Igbo people who were going for their traditional wedding on video. He come and then down there cuts it off. Tell them to cut it out for him. Do you know what they did with human flesh that were Igbo people? They used it to cook egusi. Okay? So if you're talking about the ones they gave amnesty, do you know what? We don't need that. Ask me where Gentle the Yahoo is. Gentle the Yahoo is still in his place. His people are paying him to protect them. You want to talk about amnesty? Do you know how much amnesty that Imo State gave those ones that were cannibals? People that they should have set on fire, just like those other ones in the north. So when people come to any stage that I'm on and they do this thing as if I don't talk about the north because I am not from the north. I'm talking about the one that prevented me from burying my dad on a Monday because every single place, including the airport, was shut down. That is the reality of that Southeast terrorism.
Yeah. And I can tell you that I also have personal stories. I lost a colleague that did
but it cannot be. That's what I'm trying to say. But do you
couldn't retrieve the body because it was
orange, not orange to apple. So we can be honest.
No, but what I guess what my point really, the point I want to make out of this is that I absolutely think that the judgment, it got a fair judgment, right? I think they should have gone for capital punishment. But I think it's absolutely important that, because you see this point, sometimes when you listen to educated folks, right, they probably will not come out and say, but you still see that there's a lot of sympathy. I think a lot of education, you need to realize that you are in the minority. You're saying all the right things, right? But you are actually in the minority. And I think a lot of education needs
so hold on, Simon. Hold on.
But
see, I'm not arguing with you, but I don't give a fuck about being a minority. In fact, I don't even care if I've been speaking since 2014. I've been the only one at some point. So I don't care about any of that. That is irrelevant to the point at hand. What I'm saying is, I don't find these conversations particularly moving or anything. It doesn't move us anywhere. You can only think in theory. I don't think you understand the gravity of what we're talking about. People can understand like terrorism generally, what is happening in the north. The reason why Igbo people did not go home in particular points in time, do you know that in Nnewi today, that is in Anambra State, There are children that still don't go to school on Mondays because of that sit-at-home that was enforced since 2021.
Yeah.
These are the reality. So I don't give a fuck if I'm the only person we're in the minority. Why are you telling me that? If we were in the majority,
my question really is that, do you think that
you're going to finish your point. You're going to finish your point.
Would help,
I want
okay.
to clear you. I want to clear you, not to disrespect you. I know you now. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm trying to make you understand. So that when you're saying these type of things now, this is not even something that we can even compare in any sort of way. It doesn't matter if it's just me and Kachi or just 5 other people that are talking and 1 million other. If you like, let him have 1 billion followers. What people don't understand is that just because people decide to destroy their region and those other people are not speaking, and in their own government continue to negotiate. I mean, you were not here early in the show when we were talking about even the negotiation of how the culture of negotiating with these people have emboldened them to continue. We've talked about that. So I'm already spent. I don't want to have to go into this kind of rigmarole of they should be fair. Yes, Nigeria can. In fact, let them gather. Call every terrorist, gather all of them, and create war in Sambisa Forest. Carry every single one from every region. Bandito, Kena Paso, Grey Paso, carry all of them. Let them go and do mortal combat there. And leave human beings alone. We can talk about that all day. There's no person here with sense who doesn't. But when we are talking specifically about the damages of the Southeast, especially a region that prior to all of these sort of recent agitations, even people kind of didn't think that terrorism or homegrown terrorism was something that we needed to worry about. So when we are talking about it sometimes, that's why I'm saying that it gets some conversations where you can't understand it.
Yeah.
It can be compared, but you can't understand it.
Sadly. But T, if you want to...
absolutely. Let me just close.
Yeah, please.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I probably can never really be able to relate to it like somebody that is on the East or people that have been victims. But my concern is, I mean, if these people are affected, how come they still have that level of sympathy, right, for the guy? If they are the victims, how come he enjoys that level of popularity?
I don't know how long you've been.
It's the same reason there are Nigerians that are on TikTok asking terrorists to send them alerts. So I don't understand why you're asking this question as if you don't know what's in there happen for Nigeria. Where the safest thing they talk about corruption of politicians, but everybody where they ground too they corrupt. This is you can't answer that question.
You have a point there. But I seriously doubt that they're gonna go for capital punishment. I think
they're already going. No, be seriously doubt. That's a cross appeal.
When they're asking for it, 3 options can happen. Either they throw the whole thing out, that's not a possibility, or they stay. They do a stay, meaning that they'll stay the judgments where it goes stay where it did. But this is a cross appeal where they are saying that the maximum. I remember that appeal is them looking at the process of the thing. So they don't already admit, say on what or sure no law, but no law in terms of judgments. Say they now want maximum. That's the only reality that matters today. And this room was really just trying to have that conversation of what is next for him. Like, what is the possibility of him coming out? That's what we started talking about pardon and what he could have done to ease that thing towards that. Because I mean, fuck Nnamdi Kanu and fuck Bingos and how they feel about what I'm going to say. But there is no single Igbo person that is more important than the victim that bite. You are not more important than Henry's uncle.
Absolutely.
So let everybody go face the dance where they create.
Absolutely. And Babati, with that, we would have to.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Babati.
Thank you for joining.
You do make sense. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Nice to see you around. Thank you for stopping by too. Yeah, I know you always support. I always see you in the gulag. So thank you for always showing up.
Thank you. All right. I think a lot has been said. Chuma, if you want to use 1 minute, 2 minutes to conclude so that we'll go close the show for the day.
I thank you so much to everyone who sat here, including the Bingos. You could have been anywhere else, but where do you have to stay to listen to me talk?
Absolutely.
But thank you to everyone. You guys show up. There's some names like Olastic that I see you day in, day out. You don't come even on stage, but you're always in that. I appreciate you. Halfway one.
Halfway one.
All the usual suspects who, you could have gone to any other room, but you come here. Like, we don't take it for granted.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And you're being here, that the audience spreads and all of that. So we do appreciate it. And some other important people that I know that also listen to me, that, you know, that we hear this later in the clips. So we appreciate you guys sharing it. Even my mom sometimes comes across it on WhatsApp. So Kachi, good job with the
okay.
so, yeah, that's how I know, you know, so because some of the videos, like, you know, one of her, you know, people from back home will say, oh, I saw Chi on and she go show me, I go see Kachi.
Okay.
Because she's a WhatsApp
person.
WhatsApp
Okay.
WhatsApp.
Nice.
Yeah, so
shout out to your mom, man.
The mother that mothered this space.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely.
I really, really appreciate you guys being here. In fact, the part of the reason why we have these conversations and we do these debates and we do these stages is that I genuinely do not think that we're doing enough. And for me, it's like, if it means every 3 hours or every 4 hours of every Sunday, dedicating it to having some of these conversations and putting also motion to some of the things that some of you follow me and you know the things I write, but sometimes, you know, hearing can be better than seeing.
Absolutely.
So thank you for the time. I hope that we've been able to, we weren't even trying to convince you, but to at least convince you to give reality a chance. Give facts a chance.
Yep.
Facts doesn't need your affirmation or your acceptance to be true. Facts don't need your wow. Facts is facts. So I hope that, you know, you at least learn to start existing in the realm of reality, so that even as you are defending that thing that cannot be defended, you can at least act like you have some sense.
All right.
Now, we would hopefully see you guys as we continue other conversations. Political season is coming up, so we'll have a lot of those combined rooms in the future, you know, time willing, God willing, and, you know, and all of that stuff. So thank you so much to you guys, my Facebook family. I see you. It's all love. And thank you to all of you for listening and seeing me. It feels good to be seen.
Absolutely. Thank you guys again. The thank you not finished now, but thank you guys so much for being here. If not before now, we're not going to come here. You know, we see the love. We appreciate you guys. We don't take it for granted. So thank you guys so much. Hopefully next Sunday, if not next Sunday, the upper Sunday, we'll see you guys again. And until next time, peace.
Peace. Bye.